Hey there and welcome back to TubeGurji channel. Today we are going to build a React Native full stack AI course generator application in which you can generate the courses with the help of AI and you can prepare for your exam, interview or to improve your personal skills. With the help of React Native and Expo, we build this completely full stack SaaS application. This complete course is beginner friendly and everything we gonna learn from the scratch. At the end of this course, you gonna learn how we can deploy this application on web platform with the help of Expo EAS Hosting. And along with that one, you gonna learn how can we export the APK file for Android and how can we install it also on an iOS device as well. Let's walk through the application first and let's see what we are going to build in this particular course. Now we have two options on this beautiful landing screen. One, you can create a new account with this sign up page, or one where you can just sign in if you have already an account. Now after entering the credential, I will just sign in and boom, then you will land on this beautiful home screen where at the top you will see this beautiful header section with your user's name. Then we have this beautiful progress section where you will see the user current progress for each of the course. After that, we have this practice section. In that one, you will find the quiz for each of the courses. For each course, if you have opened any quiz, you can have option to give the complete quiz. At the top, you will see this beautiful progress bar along with the number of questions you completed. And once you click finish, then it will redirect you to the summary page where you will see your complete summary, how many questions you face, how many are correct, how many are wrong, and you will see the result along with the question and the correct answer as well. How cool, right? Now let's go back to the previous screen and let's jump to this flashcard section where you can walk through or you can see each flashcard depends on the course which you generated. How cool, right? Now obviously you have beautiful slider section, you can scroll it horizontally and you can view this flashcard. Same thing in the question answer section, you have question answer where you can click on any question and to see the answer. This particular practice section is perfect to improve your skill or to face any exam. Now before moving to the course, here we have option to create a new course. Now once you jump to this course section, you can type anything which you want to learn and you can which you want to generate the course for. Let's say you want to learn Python and simply click generate topic. Now first it will generate the topic for you. You can select all the topics which you want to include in your course. Once you select it, you have option to generate the course and then within a few seconds it will generate the course, quiz, flashcard and the question answer section as well. And once your course is ready, you can view your course over here. Now this is the new course which is created. Automatically our application will create two new courses, one for the easy and one for the advanced. Now obviously you can explore all the courses which you created previously as well. Here you will see number of chapters in this each of the course. Now let's open any of the course and then you will see all the details of that particular course and the chapter which is included in that particular course. How cool. Now if you want to learn chapter by chapter, just click on this any of the chapter and then you will redirect you to their chapter content where you can learn step-by-step guide with this all the beautiful examples, the code and everything. Once it finish, it will automatically redirect back to this course detail screen and then you will see now this chapter marked as a completed. How cool. As soon as you made some update, you can refresh your home screen and then you will see the progress for your course which you just completed some chapter, right? Now after that we have this explore section where you can explore others user chapter as well. Whatever the course you want to enroll for, you have option to enroll that particular course, and once you enroll it will come to your course list so that you can explore others user courses from this explore more courses tab section. Then we have this progress section where you can see all your progress at one place. How cool. And after that we have the profile page where you will find all the shortcut option to add a course, to view your courses, your course progress. You can even see the subscription and option to log out. Now if you are a free user, then we are restricting user to enroll it until and unless user buy the monthly membership. If I try to enroll it, it will redirect you to this beautiful paywall section where you have option to buy annually or monthly, and you can join the subscription. After joining the subscription, you can able to enroll to the course. Now for each of this course, we automatically generated the quiz as well. And once if I open any of this quiz, you will see all the quiz question and answers at the end, where you will find all the summary which I show you already. Now to build this complete application, we are going to use all free resources. With the help of Firebase, we are going to set up our backend. With the help of Expo EAS Hosting feature, we are going to deploy our application on the EAS platform, and this is our web application which we are going to build it for our Android and iOS device, which we deployed and hosted on the Expo platform completely for free, and that also we are going to learn in this particular video. Also, if you are new to this channel, then don't forget to subscribe to our channel, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. If you want to access the source code of this particular project, then simply go to the tubeguruji.com, where you will find all the exclusive courses and the source code for each of the project. You can join the membership just less than $9. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this AI coaching guru to generate the AI course for your education. Now in order to create the React Native application, we are going to use the Expo. Expo is a build tool to develop the React Native application, which help us to develop, review or to deploy your application on Android and iOS platform along with the web. Now with the help of their new feature called EAS Hosting, you can even deploy the website on their platform for free. If you build an API inside your React Native Expo application, you can even deploy that one as well. And in this particular video and the course, we're gonna learn how can we deploy the web application along with the Android and iOS build. So first thing, let's go to this expo.dev, go to the documentation, and this is the command in order to create the React Native application. So copy this command, go to your project where you want to create or go to the folder where you want to create the project, open a terminal at that folder. Now if you are using the Windows, make sure to open the command prompt and paste this command. Now it will ask you the project name. Here I will say coaching guru. Click enter, and then it will install all the necessary dependencies. Once it is ready, you will see it's saying your project is ready. Now simply open a VS Code, open a folder where you just created this particular project, and then you will see some of the files and folder get created. Now before explaining all the files, let me run your application. So go to the terminal, click new terminal, and inside here just type a command npm run start. Now it will start your Expo Go application, and here the QR code. Now there are two ways that you can run your application. The first, you can use the emulator, Android or iOS emulator inside your laptop only, or you can use your actual device by installing the Expo Go application from the Play Store. So let me show you how. So simply go to the Expo Go, or search on the Google. Here you need to install the Android or iOS application, depends on your operating system. Then make sure to install this app, and after that make sure you will be on same network in order to run your application. Okay, just scan this QR code and then you are able to run this application on actual device. But if you want to run on an emulator, then let me show you how can you run that. So in this course I'm going to show you with the Android Studio how can you run on an Android emulator. So make sure to install the Android Studio first and make sure to add the Android SDK as well. So over here you will see these three dots, right? Or you might be have option called more action. Here click on the virtual device manager and make sure to create a new device by selecting different operating system. Make sure to select the play service which will look like this. Okay, make sure to select that device, then select the appropriate operating system and then click next and finish. After that your device name will be listing on this device manager screen and simply click on this play button icon. Now it will run the emulator inside your laptop only. Okay, so this is the actual kind of device and where you can run your application, the Expo Go application. Okay, now right now if you see the emulator is getting started. Now it's ready. Here it's saying allow USB debugging, say yes or allow, right? And once the emulator is started, in order to open your application on Android, simply click A. So I will place A and I will put this side by side so that you can see. Here if you see it asking me to install the latest version of Expo Go, so say yes. So it will automatically install the Expo Go application inside the emulator, so you don't need to worry about that one. And if you see now our application getting installed, currently is bundling, so we'll wait for a few more seconds to finish the bundling, and it will take little more time if you are launching it first time, right? Otherwise it's quite fast. Obviously if your laptop configuration is low, then I will recommend you to run on an actual device using the Expo Go application. So right now if you see our application is running perfectly fine, and this is the default page along with some tab, right? Now obviously we are going to develop our application completely from the scratch. Now inside the package.json you will see there is one command called reset project. Okay, so we'll simply run that command. So we'll say npm run reset project, and once you execute this command it will reset your project and you will look like it completely from the scratch. Now here you will see some difference. Now we have app folder, and inside that now we only have two files. One which is index.tsx file which contains just one line of code, and another is the underscore layout which is the root layout of your application. Now this underscore layout.tsx file need to be there because at least one root layout file is there inside your Expo application or React Native application. Now next we have this assets folder which contains the font, images which you want to use from your local app. Then we have this node module which contains the whatever the packages or library which you install, that all the packages are inside this node module. We are not going to touch to this particular folder anytime. Then we have this gitignore file, then app.json which is very important file which contains the name, slug, the version of your application along with the configuration for iOS, Android, web application, and the some plugin which you are using for this app. Then we have package.json which contains the name of your application along with the script to run your application on different environment and the dependency which is installed for this project. Now once we reset the project, let's go back to this terminal and simply refresh the application. Just by pressing the R, it will automatically refresh your app. Once it is refreshed, you will see just one text because inside our index.tsx we only have the one text showing inside this view, right? Now if you are new to the React Native, okay, so let me tell you about the view. View is nothing but the kind of div tag inside the HTML CSS, right? And inside that we have this text, which is kind of heading tag, you can say, or any h2 or p tag, right? Whatever the text you want to display on the screen, you need to write inside the text tag. Now obviously throughout the course you want to learn a lot of different features or different components and lot of other things, so I hope you will understand everything once you start learning chapter by chapter. Now the first screen which we are going to develop, which is the landing screen. If you see on this mockup, we have this beautiful image at the top, and at the bottom we are going to add some content along with the button. Now once user click on this get started button, then we will redirect user to the sign in or sign up page, depends on whether user is already have account with us or not. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this index.tsx file we'll remove this all of this content, and let me remove this one as well and save it. Now if you don't want this particular header at the top, right, we can also remove that one. So from the underscore layout, and here I'm gonna simply change this little style. So here we'll say stack, something like this, and simply we'll add a screen options for this tag navigation, and inside that we'll simply add header shown as a false. Okay, because we don't want header, so you can simply say header shown as a false, and if you see, now we don't have that header anymore. Now again go back to index.tsx, and first thing that we want to show the image. Now inside the image folder, which is come under the assets, I already added one image called landing.png. Now all of these assets which I'm going to use in this application, I'm going to share it with you. So the link is in the description, so that you can get access to that one. Now in order to add an image, you need to add an image tag from the React Native. Okay, make sure that you will import this image tag from the React Native, and then we'll add a source. Inside the source you need to add a required field. Now whenever you are using any images from the local, from the assets folder, then you need to use require, and then you need to provide the path. So in this case we'll say assets images, and then we'll say landing.png. okay, and then simply save it. Now if you see, our image is showing on the screen, but the proportion is not correct, so we'll add some style. Now there are two ways that you can add a style. One is the inline style, which you can write directly in inside this tag, or another is the external style, which you can write outside of this function. Now obviously depends on the requirement, we're gonna add the we will use inline or external styling, but later on I'm gonna tell you how can we use the external styling. Right now we are going to use internal styling or inline style. So here we'll add a width, we'll say 100%, and we'll add a height, let's say 400, and depends on, we can just change this one. Okay, so maybe something like this. For this view, which is the parent view, here I'm gonna add a background color as a white. Okay, and then save it. It will look like this. Now another important thing, that whatever the color that we are going to use, we'll keep in one folder. So simply we'll create a new folder called constant, and inside that we'll create a new file called colors.jsx. Now simply we'll say export default, and whatever the color you want to use it, you can just simply add over here. So let's say you want to use white, and simply you can say, you can add the color code. The reason that we want to add this color, so that later on if you want to change any color throughout the application, you just need to update this file, and that's all. It will automatically apply throughout the application. Now instead of using this hard-coded value, you can just use the colors. So if you did not get suggestion, I will simply suggest to import that. So we'll say color import colors from constant/colors. Okay, and here now you'll see, as soon as you type colors dot, you'll get the suggestion. So right now we only have white color, but later on, depends on the requirement, we'll keep adding the colors. And here we'll say save. Okay, and obviously we have the background color as it is, so it's showing just white. Now I'm going to add one more color, which is the primary color of our application, which is kind of blue. So here we'll say hash 0075 FF. Okay, so that we can use it. For this image, I'm going to add margin top, let's say 30 or making 70. Perfect. Now, as per this mockup, we want to add this bottom section. So after this view, I'm going to add one more view. Sorry, after this image, we'll add a view, and here we're gonna simply add a text. Here we'll say welcome to Coaching Guru. Okay, so if you see, the text is now showing. Now for this view, we'll add a style, and we'll simply add a padding. We'll add a padding of 25. Then we'll add a background color. So for that, we'll add colors dot primary, and this is how it will look now, because we added this our primary color, right? Now for the height, let's give height to 100%, and for now I think that's enough. Okay, let's add a border radius top left. Okay, so the top left means this particular corner, right? For this one we want to add a radius, so let's say I want to add radius of 25, and this is how it will look like. Okay, I will add more, something like 35. Same thing I'm gonna do for the right side. So here we'll say border top right radius, and we'll say, or we'll give value something like 35. Now for this text, let me close this, and over here we'll add a style. Now first thing, we'll add a font size, let's say 35, okay, or make it 30. Then we'll add font weight as bold, and then we'll make text align in the center of the screen. Then I want to change color, so here we'll say colors dot white. Okay, perfect. Then we're gonna add a text, so here we'll add a text, and inside that text I want to add this content, so I will just copy this and we'll paste it here and save it. Now for this one as well, we'll add some style, so we'll add a font size, let's say 20. So if you see, I'm giving the high font size in the form of string, which is not acceptable. So make sure you will provide the value. Let me reload this, and now we are good. Now over here we'll add a color. Again, I'm gonna give colors dot white, and also I'm going to add some margin top, let's say 20. Perfect. Okay, you can also make the text align in the center of the screen. So this needs to be a center, and save it. Perfect. Now after that, as I told you, that we need to add a button. So I'm going to add two buttons. Okay, so over here we'll add a view. Inside this view we'll add a text, and simply I'm going to write get started. Now for this button, let's add an external styling. So I will add rn style and enter it. You will see the small style sheet template. Now make sure once you add this one, make sure to import this style sheet from the React Native. Okay, and then here we'll say a button. It's kind of class name we are giving, and then simply attach that to this particular view. So over here we'll say styles dot button, right? So we are just saying, okay, from the style you need to access this button class. Then here we're gonna add a padding. Let's add padding to 15. Then we're gonna add a background color. We'll say colors dot primary, not primary, but we want white, so we'll add a white. Perfect. And we'll give margin top, let's say 20. we'll add a border radius to, let's say, 10, and I'll make 20 then. Perfect. Now for the button text, here we'll add another class called button text, and inside that we'll add a text align in the center. Also we'll add a font size, let's say 18, and this button text we're going to attach to this particular text. So we'll say styles.button. Now make sure whenever you are using the class from the styles, you need to use a single curly braces. But over here, if you are putting the style inline, you need to use two curly braces. Okay. Now if I save this, you will, okay, so something is, so over here we need to obviously use button text, not button, and I think we are good over here. See, I will just change this to 15 only. I think that's look good to me. Now I'm going to add one more button over here. Okay, so we'll add one more button, and for this one here we'll say already have an account. Okay, something like this. Now for both the button, I want to give some different style. So obviously we have this button and the button text class, which is common, but if you want to add some specific style to this particular button, you can just wrap this inside the square bracket, and again inside the curly braces you can add the style which is specific to that particular button. So in this case, I'm going to simply say color to colors dot primary. See, right? And if obviously if you want to update the font, you can also do that. And for this button, I will just wrap this again in a square bracket, and here inside this style we'll say background color to colors dot primary, and we'll add a border. So let me bring this down. We'll add a border width to 1, and then we'll add a border color to colors dot white. See, okay. And for this text as well, I'm going to change the color to colors. Inside the curly braces, we'll say color to colors dot white. Perfect, right? And how beautiful it's looking our landing screen, right? Now this is how you need to implement it. So make sure, or the other way that you need to do, you need to create a button text for this one, button class for this one, and then you can apply it. It's up to you how you want to use it. Now we're gonna update the font for our application. Currently this is the default font which we are using, but if you want to use any font, and just simply go to the Google font, and whatever the font you like it, just search that one. So in this case I'm going to use this outfit font, okay, which I like a lot. And once you select the font, click on get font and simply download this font. Now it will download the zip file. Simply open this file, and inside the static folder you will see all of this TTF file for your font. Now select the different font. For example, I will select this outfit bold, the outfit medium, and outfit regular, okay, which I'm going to use, or maybe I will select bold and regular only. Simply copy, then go back to your project, and inside here, inside this assets folder, we already have the font folder. Simply copy this both the font. See, okay. Now next thing, inside your underscore layout.tsx file, here we're gonna load this font so that you can use it inside your application. So simply we'll say use fonts. Now this use font we are importing from this Expo font, and inside here you can give the font name, okay. So this font name we're gonna refer throughout the application. Then you need to add the file reference to that one. So in this case we'll locate that particular file, so which is inside the assets, font, and then you need to write the name of the font. So in this, the name of the file, so we'll say outfit -regular .ttf along with the extension. Okay, same thing you're gonna do for another font, which is outfit bold, and here we'll say bold, and then simply save it. Now once this is done, now it's ready to use. Let me show you how to use this one. So once your font is loaded, let's go to the, in this case, let's go to this index.tsx file, and for this text, let's say you wanna add the font. Simply add the font family, and here we'll say outfit. Now I wanna use the outfit bold, so I will say outfit bold, and then save it. Now if you see the font is does not loaded yet, okay, so you might need to refresh your application. Also, if you are using this font weight, make sure to remove this, and if you see the font is changed. Same thing I'm gonna do it here, so we'll say font family, and I'm going to use outfit over here. See, okay, so obviously at every place you need to use that, so let's add it here, font family outfit, and this give you the best look for your application, trust me. Okay, so it's up to you which font you want to use it. Now in order to run your application on a web browser, it's quite easy. First thing, let's go to the app.json, and under this web, here you need to add a single as an output, okay, and then save it. Now simply inside your terminal, if you see, this is the if you press W, it will open the web. So just press W, and boom, it will open the localhost 8081. Now once you make these changes, don't forget to stop and then run your application. So here we'll say npm run start, and now it's running. Now let's say W, and boom, here your application is now running. Obviously if you click on this toggle device button, you can see how it looks on a mobile view right here. Obviously you can change to different resolution, the Pixel 7 you have iPad Air Pro, and lot of other options. Okay, so that's how you can run on a web application as well. Obviously at the end of this particular course, we're gonna learn how can we deploy this app on a hosting, so that you can also access your application through the URL. Now it's time to create a sign up and sign in page. On this particular documentation, I will keep posting or adding the newly created page. Okay, so for example, we created this landing screen, and this is the actual implementation. Same thing we're gonna do for each of the screen. Now once user click on the get started, because we already have two buttons, one is get started and one is already have an account. Now on the click of get started, it will redirect it to the create new account or sign up page, where user need to add the full name, email, password, and on the click of create account, it will create an account. So with the help of Firebase, we are going to add an email password authentication to our application. And if you already have an account, then we will just sign in with the email and password. So let's go back to our VS Code, and let me bring this side by side so we can see the actual implementation. Now inside the app folder, in order to create a new page or route, we need to create a new folder. Let's create a new folder, and we'll call it as a login, or we'll say authentication simply. Okay, and inside this authentication folder, we'll add signin.jsx file. Now it's up to you whether you want to use TypeScript or JavaScript. In this case, I'm going to use JavaScript for this project, and then simply add a default template like this. I will just rename this with a sign in and save it, and we'll create another file called signup.jsx. Add a default template, and simply we'll update to with a capital S sign up. Now on the click of this already have an account, we want to navigate to that particular route. So let's go to this index.tsx, and in order to navigate to the new route programmatically, we need to add a constant router is equal to use router hook. Now this use router hook will import from the Expo Router, as Expo itself now adding the routing functionality, and it's a folder based routing and it's called Expo Router. So that's what we are going to use throughout the application. Now once you add the Expo Router, now we need to navigate to the new screen on the click of these two buttons. Now currently this button is just a view, and inside the view we have text, but in order to make it pressable, or we want to add on press event, we need to convert this button into a touchable opacity. Okay, now I will add this touchable opacity. Now make sure that you will import this touchable opacity from the React Native, and then you are able to add on press event, right? And simply we want to navigate it, so we'll say router dot push. Okay, and then we'll simply navigate to the auth slash sign in. Okay, now over here make sure to convert this file to JSX, and then I'll simply add router dot push auth slash sign in. Okay, and once you're done with this one, whenever you added a new route, make sure to reload your application. Once it reload, and once I click on, okay, so here we want actually sign up, because on the click of get started we want to navigate to the sign up, and once I click get started, you will see we navigate to the sign up screen. Same thing we are going to implement for this sign in button, or not sign in but already have an account button, right? Let me go back, and here I will simply add touchable opacity with an on press event, and then we'll navigate to the router dot push slash auth slash sign in. Okay, and make sure to close this tag with the touchable opacity. Now touchable opacity will give you all the functionality which is required for on button, for a button, right? Like on press or on blur and a lot of other things. Let's save this one, and if I click on already have an account, now it will navigate to the sign in screen. Now let's design the sign in screen first. So simply go to the sign in. Okay, let's design sign up first, because the first thing that user need to create an account. So first thing, make sure to add the logo inside your image folder. So this is the logo that I'm going to use, and simply inside here we'll add an image tag, add a source, and we'll use require because we want to use a local assets. Here I'm gonna give the path of that particular file, logo.png, and then close the tag. Now if I click get started, you will see the logo. Obviously we need to apply some style, so here we'll add a style, we'll add a width, let's say 80, and we'll add a height to 80. Right, so 80 is too small, let's make it 180. Okay, and we want in the center of the screen. So for this view I'm going to add a style, and we'll simply mark it as a display as flex. Also I'm gonna add justify content in the center, and also make align items to be in the center. Now we'll give a margin top, let's say 50, or let's give more, let's add 100. Perfect. Now after this I'm gonna display the text. So over here we'll call welcome, or not welcome, but we'll say create new account. Now for this one we'll add a style, we'll add a font size, let's say 30. Then we'll add a font family, we'll say outfit, bold, and that's all. For this view I'm going to add a flex to 1, and we'll add a background color to colors dot white. Okay, so make sure to import this So we'll say import colors from constant, okay, / colors. So instead of margin top, we'll give a padding top, so that padding top, let's make it 550. Oh, so maybe because of this flex it's come down, so we'll remove this justify content center and then we give padding, okay, because we were trying to put in the center of the screen, so that's what we don't want it. Now after this creating new account, adding this text, we need to add an input box. Now in order to add an input box, in order to get the user input, we have one component inside the React Native called text input from the React Native. Now this is how you need to add. You can even add the placeholder. Here we'll simply add full name as a placeholder, and if you see, if I click on this, it will open the keyboard for us. Cool, right? Now obviously for this text input I'm going to add some style, so we'll add some external styling. We'll define it inside here. We'll say text input, and this particular style I'm going to attach, so style, and here we'll say styles dot text input. Now first thing, we'll add a border width of 1, then we want a width to be 100%. Now it is touching to the screen, okay, so for this view we'll give some padding. So over here we'll add a padding to 25. So now we have complete, it's not touching the border actually. And then next, after the width, we'll add some padding to, let's say, make it 10 or make it 15, and then we'll also add font size, let's say 18. Then we'll also give margin top to 20, and if you want to make a border radius rounded, so you can also do that. So border radius, let's say 15, not 15, let's make it 8. Perfect. Next we're gonna add the email. So over here we'll add a text input for email. Now if I save it, we want to keep the same style, and this is how it will look, right? And that's why we use the external styling, so that we can use the same style. And the last, we want to add the password field. Now for the password field, we don't want to show the password, right? And we need to provide a keyboard type. And here, if you see, we have this visible not visible, but let's try this visible password option. Save it, and now if I enter some password, so it's still I can able to see the password, right? So here the another option that you can give, which is the secure text entry, and then mark it as a true. If once you've done this, you will see now you cannot see the password. Okay, so that's why this is important. Let's save everything, and the last thing that we need to add is the button. So directly you can, I'm going to use this touchable opacity, and inside that we'll add a text and we'll say create account. Now obviously we'll add some style to this button, so we'll add a padding to, let's say, 15. Then we'll add a background color, colors dot primary, and we'll give width to 100%. Then we'll add a margin top to 25, and we'll make a border radius to, let's say, 10. Then for this text we'll add a style. We'll add a font family as outfit. Then we'll add a font size, let's say 20, and then the color, which is white, and we'll make text align in the center of the screen. Perfect. And that's how our button is also now ready. Okay, and if you see, it's completely pressable as well. After this, I'm going to add a small text, and simply I'm going to add already have an account, and over here we'll add a pressable. Okay, so pressable is like a touchable opacity, but it does not give you this opacity effect, right? So it's just a button kind of thing. So we'll add this pressable component, and inside that we'll add a text again, and inside that we'll write sign in here. Okay, obviously we want this outside of this button, so we'll simply put outside of this touchable opacity. I think it's better we can keep this separately. Okay, and let me bring this, and over here we'll simply use a view to wrap it. Perfect. Now for this tile, for this view, we'll simply make it display as a flex, and we'll add a flex direction as a row. Okay, let's add a gap to 5. Perfect. And also we'll give margin top to 20. Now on the click of this sign in, we want to go to the sign in page, right? And for this text, I'm going to add a style, and we'll simply add a color to colors dot primary. And also I will make this font family as outfit bold, and for this text I'm going to add a font family as outfit only. Perfect, right? Now on the click of this sign in here page, we want to navigate to the sign in screen. So on this pressable, it also has the on press event, and simply we want to navigate it. So first define a router using this use router hook, and once you define this router, simply you can route it. So over here we'll say router dot push, and we'll push we'll go to this auth/sign in screen. Okay, now once you enter all the detail, click on sign in here, and boom, you navigate to the sign in screen. Let's add a sign in screen. So I'm going to copy everything from this sign up screen as it is, and inside the sign in.jsx file we'll paste it, because except the full name input, everything we want it. So I will just remove this text input for the full name, and also make sure to import this style sheet as well. So from the sign up screen, let's copy this style sheet, and then inside the sign in just paste it. Now make sure to import this style sheet and all the necessary components like image from the React Native, then the text input from the React Native, the touchable opacity as well, and I think one more pressable. Then inside the sign in, we need to add a router is equal to use router, and simply we need to change little bit. So if I go to this sign in here page, okay, so we need to import the colors as well. So I will just import this colors component, and here we'll go to the get started. Also from here we have the sign in, and if you see now we have email password. Obviously here we'll say the text call welcome back. Then instead of create account button, we need a sign in, and for this already have an account, here we'll say don't have an account, create new here, and we'll navigate to the sign up and save it. Okay, now if I click on create new, it will navigate to this page, and now on the sign in it will navigate to this particular page. So both sign in and sign up screen is now ready. Also if I go back to the home screen and click on this already have an account, it will navigate to the sign in screen. Now let's configure the Firebase, because the authentication or storing the data, we are going to use the Firebase for that. And simply go to this firebase.google.com and go to the console. Make sure to log in with a Gmail account. Here I am going to create a new project. We'll give projects 2025 and we'll continue. Then we'll continue again. Here we need to select an account. I will select the default account for a Firebase and then we'll say continue. Now it will prepare our project and we'll wait for a few seconds. Once it is ready, click continue and then you will redirect it to this dashboard screen. Now over here you will find a different services provided by the Firebase. Now simply click on this web option in order to create a Firebase application and give the application name. So over here we'll say Coaching Guru app. Then simply click register app and then it will generate this Firebase configuration for us. Now first thing, you need to install the Firebase into your application. So simply go to the terminal and here we'll run npm, not npm, just run this npm install Firebase. And once the Firebase is installed, let's copy this all of this code and then simply go to the package.json file, or let's go to the root directory and inside that we'll create a new folder called config. Inside that we'll create Firebase config.jsx file. Now paste the code which you copied and over here if you see we have this app initialization already. Okay, then we have this some Firebase configuration. Here you can remove this API key to the .env file in order to secure it and let's save it. Now simply go to the console and inside that if you see we have this authentication option. You can also find this inside this all product and simply click on this authentication service. Now if it's not enabled for you, then click get started and go to this email password option. Now make sure to enable this email password and simply click save. After that, make sure to install this async storage library, okay, which help us to store the data locally and it is helpful for the authentication purpose as well. Once it is installed, let's go back and inside this Firebase config file define the or initialize the authentication. So here we'll say export constant auth is equal to initialize auth. So make sure it's auth, okay, from the Firebase authentication. So make sure to import that first. So over here we'll say import initialize, let's add from Firebase / authentication, okay, and here now we'll say initialize auth. Now once you initialize this one, inside here you need to provide the app reference and then we'll say persistence get React Native, maybe we need to import, so we'll say React Native persistence and inside that we'll add React Native async storage. So both this we need to import. This React Native persistence we are importing from this Firebase authentication and then we'll import from async storage. So over here we'll say @React Native async storage, but over here we'll say React Native async storage from React Native async storage, okay. So this will help us to persist our authentication. When you come back to our application, it will check whether you already authenticated or not. Let's save this one. Next, after that, let's go to the sign up page, and on this sign up page we need to get the user's full name, email and password, and for that one I'm going to define the use state hook. So here we'll say full name comma set full name is equal to use state, then we'll copy couple of times and here we'll say email to store the email and password we'll say set password. Now inside the text input we'll simply add an on change text event. So on change text. Now this event will return the user enter value, and then we'll simply set it to the respective state. So in this case we'll say set full name with a value. I will just copy this for the email and for the password as well, and we'll simply say set email, and here we'll say set password. Okay, so that now we have the full name, email and password once user entered. Now let's create a new method called constant create new account. Now this method we're gonna call on the click of this create account button. So simply go to this touchable opacity. Over here we'll say on press event, and then we're gonna call this create new account method. Now we need to create the sign up. So with the help of create user with email and password. Now make sure you are importing from this Firebase authentication, then add the authentication reference. After that we'll pass email and password. As this is from it, we'll say then response and the arrow function like this. Now to get the user or login information, we'll say user response dot user, and we'll simply console the user as well. Over here, once we have the user information, we'll save user to database. Obviously, whenever new user created, right, we need to create a new record to our database as well. So for that one, let's go to the Firebase, and inside that you need to enable the Firebase Firestore. Okay, so this is the option that you need to enable. So just click on this one and click create database. Okay, you can select the nearest region which is near to you and click next. Here you have options start in production mode or start in test mode. Currently we are on the developing the app. I will select the test mode and simply click create, and then you land on this Firestore. As Firebase Firestore is a NoSQL database, right? It's a form of collection and documents. The one more important thing that you need to take care of, go to the rules and make sure to add some future date. So let me add some 26 years, right? So that you can able to access locally for now. And over here, once this is enabled, now you can easily add a new record. So in order to add a new record, I will create a new method called save, or we'll say create, or we'll say save user, and here we'll add arrow function. Now inside that, let's define a constant data, or simply add let's add just await, and we'll set the document, because in order to create a document, this is the syntax. So we'll say set the document. We need to define the document with a database reference. Right now we did not initialize the database inside the Firebase config, so it's quite easy. Let's add export constant db is equal to get Firestore from the Firebase Firestore, and then provide the app reference. Now over here you need to import this, so we'll say import get Firestore from the Firebase Firestore. Okay, and once you define and export this db reference, so that you can simply use it and make sure to import this as well. Then after that you need to provide the collection name. Okay, so here we'll say users and then the name of the document. Okay, this document name should be a unique. So for that one, I'm going to use the user's email as a document name, and whatever the value you want to set, you can just pass it. So first we'll say a full name, or we'll say just a name of the user, so which is the full name, then email as email, and then we also want to save the member, whether member is true or false, right? By default it's false, but once user buy the membership, then we'll change this member field to true. Okay, so that's all for now we need it, and let's make this as a async. Now if you want to store the user ID, you can also store it. So that user ID you can get it from the user, and here we'll say user dot UID only. Okay, and obviously we gonna call this save user inside here. So we'll say await save user, and then we're gonna pass this user. So inside this user we have this UID. Now let's make this async because we are using this await over here, and if we have any error we'll catch it with the exception E, something like this. Okay, so here we'll just console the error dot message. I think we are good on this part now, and let's save it. Now one more thing, once user is login, we want to navigate to new screen, okay, which we are going to see in the next chapter, but for now let's save this one and then let's test this out. So right now we have an error called get react native persistent is not a function and it is undefined. So inside the Firebase we have this error. So inside here there is a spelling mistake, so make sure it's a persistence with the E. Okay, so I think that's the reason it was not working, and save this one, and still we have an error. So one more, we miss S as well, so make sure to that one as well. Okay, so it's a persistence and then save it. I think now we don't have any error, so let's test this out. So over here I will add a name, we'll say tube Guruji, then we'll add an email as admin@tubeguruji.com, and then we'll add some password and simply we'll create an account. Now once the account is created, so right now if you see we have an error called said document does not exist. Okay, so this document does not exist, so we forgot to import. Also make sure to import this document as well and then save it. But if you see as soon as we create the or sign up, right, we got the response from this user that the account or user is account created successfully. Now if I go to this authentication, you will see the user name and everything. Cool, right? Let me delete this for now. Okay, so I want to delete this account and we'll create new and we'll check whether it's also saving to our database or not. Okay, so I will again create a new account, and now the account is created successfully, we don't have any error. And if I go to this, let me refresh this, now we have this user, and if I go to this Firebase Firestore, now you will see a new collection called users. Inside that we have a document called admin@tubeguruji.com because we gave the document with the email ID, and then we have these all the fields along with the user ID, name, member and email. Cool, right? So that's how you need to sign up user and then save that information to the Firebase. Now next thing that we need to sign in the user. Okay, and all of this information you will find on Firebase authentication documentation. Firebase has very rich documentation, so anytime you can go to this one and you can find all of this information. So how to sign in and everything. Now for the signing the existing user, you will find this line of code. Just you need to add the email password similar like this one, but just you need to say sign in with the email and password. Once you are successfully signed in, you can just redirect it to a new screen. Now before moving to the next part, we need to take care of one very important thing, that we need to share the user information throughout the application, right? And you cannot pass it to one component to other or parent component to child or each child. So for that one we are going to use a context. So context is a state management inside the React where you can keep all the data at one place and then other component can easily access it. So in order to create a context, we'll create a new folder called context, and inside that we'll create a new file called user detail context.jsx. Now add a export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Okay, once the context is created, now you can use it. So first thing, you need to wrap your application inside the context provider. So it might, if you are new, it might be confusing, but just follow the things. So inside this underscore layout, which is the root layout, right over here, I will just add the user detail context. Okay, so make sure to import this. So over here we'll say import user detail context from context slash user detail context. Now in order to share the value, right, throughout the application, you need to wrap your application inside this context provider like this, and then to this provider you need to pass a default value. So let's define some default value. So over here we'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and these two state value we need to pass. One is user detail and another is set user detail, and then save it, and your contact is now ready to use. Now inside the sign up, if you want to use, first you need to import this context by using this curly braces. Okay, if you are using the context, here we'll say is equal to use context, and then you need to provide the context name. So in this case we'll say user detail context. I don't know why I'm not getting suggestion. So let's import this user detail context from context slash user detail context. Once you define this user detail, so let's set the user detail by just providing all of this value. So over here we'll set the user detail with this data. So simply what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this inside the data so that we can directly pass this data to this set document, and also I'm going to set the user detail with this information. Okay, and then save it. Now in order to add a sign in, first let's add an state for to get the email and password. So simply here we'll say email set email is equal to use state, and another for a password. Then simply on this text input I will attach. So over here we'll say on change text, it will return the user entered value, and then we're gonna simply set it to the email. Same thing I'm gonna do it for the password. So over here we'll say set password with a value. Now once we have that email and password information, let's create a new method called on sign in click and the arrow function. Now this method we're gonna call it as soon as the sign in button click. So simply I will add on press event, and then we're gonna call on sign in click. Now if you go to this Firebase documentation, you will find this is the method in order to sign in with the email and password. So simply we're gonna add that. So here we'll say sign in with email and password from the Firebase authentication. Here you need to provide the auth reference. So I don't know why it's not importing. Let's import it manually. So over here we'll say import auth from config slash Firebase config, and then we need to add email and the password as well. As this is a promise, we'll say then, and then we'll get the response. Now obviously let's get the users. So over here we'll say users response dot user. So perfect, and I think that's all we needed. So I don't know whether we import this or not, so make sure to import this one so that so that if you type response dot, you will get the suggestion as well. Okay, now once it's successful, you will get the user information, and then we'll write a catch with an exception, and here we'll say error as well. Now if user email password is incorrect, means obviously it will throw an error, and we'll simply add the toast android dot show, and inside that we'll say incorrect email and password. Okay, and here again we'll say toast android dot bottom and save it. Now let's add email and password. So over here we'll say admin@tubeguruji.com and then I will add the password as well. Now obviously you can check this. So I will click sign in and then we got the user information. See. Now once user is successful sign in, we need to fetch the user data from our file store. So over here we'll say get user detail and the arrow function. So simply inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await get document, make sure it is importing from the Firebase file store, then we'll say doc, inside that we'll provide the DB reference and the collection name. So in this case is users. After that we need to provide the user email as well because that is the document name, and then close this. Now we'll just console the result dot data. In that we'll get the document information. Let's make this as async and then call this get user detail inside this method, right? As soon as we got the user information, it means it's successful, and then we'll call this method here. Let's make this as async and then save it. Now we'll test this out. So if I click sign in, and over here if I go to the bottom, you will see that we got the email, member, name and user ID. Now simply save that in our state. So over here we'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and inside that we'll say user detail context. Let's import this user detail context from the context slash user detail context. Okay, and then we'll set the value and save it. Okay, okay, so it's saying use context does not import. Okay, so make sure this need to be a capital U, so that's the reason, and I think let's go, and now we are good. Okay, now if I log in it again and click sign in, then we'll get the result. Okay, so also whenever you click sign in, let's add a loading indicator. So over here we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially we'll make this false. So whenever user click on sign in, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Even though if you get any error, we'll set the loading as a false. And for a button where we have this sign in, right, inside that will show the activity indicator. So simply here we'll say if loading is not true, means if loading is false, then we're gonna show the text with a sign in, otherwise we're gonna show the loader. Now in order to add a loader, React Native provide one component called activity indicator. Okay, here just provide the size as large, and I think let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I add the email and password, and click sign in, you will see this loader. Okay, you can even change the color. So I will put the colors dot primary. Okay, now you will see that, see, let's make this color dot white, and if I click indicator, you will see this beautiful indicator. Perfect, right? Also you have option to disable the button, so you can disable whenever loading is true, right? So if you see, the button is get disabled and you cannot click that button when the loading is true. Now once you are successfully signed in, we just navigate user to the new screen. So over here we'll say router dot replace The replace will use when replace we use when we don't want to send user back previous screen, right? So that's the reason we are using replace instead of push. And here I'm gonna add slash tabs slash let's add home. Okay, so I'm adding this route. Obviously this route is not yet in place, but as soon as it's successfully logging, we can navigate it. Okay, so right now if you see, it's saying unmatched route, but we'll add it later on. But for now I'm going to keep this over here. Now next thing, that whenever user come again and if user reload the application, let's reload the application, it will again jump to this landing screen, right? And we need to make sure that if user is already logged in, we are not make sure we redirect user to the home screen instead of keeping on the same screen. So for that one, let's go to this index.jsx. It means this home landing screen, and inside that we'll write one method. So simply we'll say on auth state change. Okay, so on auth state change, I think we need to import this. So let's import from Firebase /authentication, and it has on auth state change method. Now inside this method we need to pass authentication reference, that also we need to import. From the config /firebase config, and then we'll say async user. Okay, and it will check if user is already logged in or not. So let's console the user information and we'll see. So I just console it, and okay, as soon as the console you get the information. Let's reload and try this again. So once it redirect to the home screen, we got the data. Boom, right? Now obviously once we have this information, the user detail information, we're gonna fetch the user detail. So over here we need to write constant result is equal to await get document. Inside that we'll say document with a DB reference, and inside that we need to add the user's information, or sorry, the collection name and the user email. Now this user email will get it from this user dot email, because this auth state change whether user is authenticated or not already, and from that it will return the user email. The reason that we are getting the user information from the Firebase, because we want to share it across the application. And then with the state, let me copy this user detail context, and simply I'm gonna set the user detail. So over here we'll say result dot data. Okay, now inside the result dot data we'll get the user information, and then we'll simply redirect user to the home screen. Okay, so obviously router dot replace, and our home screen will be /tabs/home, and then save it. Okay, so make sure to import this user context and then user detail context as well. Now if you see, if I reload our application, then it will redirect it to the home screen. It's time to add a tab navigation. Currently when you reload your application, our application will try to navigate to this tab/home because user is already logged into our application. And if you go to this documentation, and if you see over here, this is how we want to add a tab, where we have this 4 option: home, explore, progress and the profile. So this, in order to add this tab navigation, let's go to the VS Code, and inside this app folder we are going to add a new folder, but we'll start with this bracket called tabs, and inside that we'll create a file called layout.jsx. Now this is the tab layout file. Okay, so we'll add a default template and we'll rename this to tab layout, and then save it. Now inside the tab layout we need a 4 different screen. So inside this tab folder we'll add 4 different screens. First, we'll add home.jsx. Let's add a default template. I will just make sure the name is capital. Then next I want to add explore.jsx. After that, progress.jsx. So you can give the capital or small letter, is up to you. Okay. And the last is profile. And save it. Now once you add all of these 4 screen for the tab, go to the layout.jsx file, and inside here we'll remove this and we'll simply add a tabs from the Expo Router. Inside the tab you need to add a tabs.screen. Okay, and then we'll give the name on which this file need to attach. Now obviously you will mention all of this name as it is. So first is home, then I will copy this, 4 times, and here we'll say explore, profile, and then here I want progress, and then profile, and then save it. Now whenever you add a new route, make sure to refresh the screen, and boom, you will redirect to a tab screen on which you will see home. Then if I switch to explore, you will see explore, progress, and the profile. How cool, right? So this is how your tab navigation is ready. But obviously this icon look weird, right? And we want to add each icon for each of this particular tab screen. So simply, in order to add an icon, you need to add an option for each of this one. Okay, so it has an option field, and inside this option field you can simply add a tab bar icon. Okay, now inside here it has a color, size. Okay, and then you can define the icon which you want to use. Now for that one I am going to use React Expo icon. So you can simply go to this icon.expo.fyi, okay, which is a library from the Expo only for the icon. And if you see, if I go to the filter, you will find a different type of icon. I will mostly select this any icon and search for the icon which you want to use. For example, home. So you can select the home icon. I will copy this import statement first, and then you need to copy the icon which you want to use. So in this case, we'll paste this icon, and if I save this one, you will see the icon now updated. Cool, right? Obviously you can add the color. So let me close this. So over here I will provide the size as it is, and the color which is nothing but the system color. So I will replace the black color to the color which is getting from this tab bar icon. Okay, and now if I press this, you will see now this is the active color which is applied. Cool, right? Same thing you have to do for the remaining one. Also, along with the tab bar icon, you can even change the tab bar label. Currently the label is in the small letter, so we'll change this, for example, like this, home. Okay, and then save it. Make sure here it will be colon, and then save it. Remove this curly braces. Okay, and now your home is showing. Now this option I am going to copy it for the other. Okay, now obviously for explore I am going to use, let's say, search outline icon. See, okay. Then for progress, I think I need to check what is the progress. So here you can directly search it. So we'll say analytics. See, okay. So we want analytics outline. So I will just copy this one, and here it will be a person circle outline, and then save it, and boom, if you see, our tabbing navigation has all the correct icon. Also change the label. So here we'll say explore, progress, and then profile. Perfect. Okay, so our tab navigation is now ready. Now another thing, if you don't want this top bar, you can even remove this. There are two options. Either you can remove for each of the tab navigation. For example, if you want for a home but you don't want for explore, you can just remove for the explore as well. But if you want to remove for all of these tab screen, simply go to the tabs, and over here you need to provide a screen options. Inside the screen option, you can define tab just header shown and then make it false and then save it, and boom, if you see, now the top navigation now hidden. Now if user login or sign up successfully on our application, then we'll check if user is new or is existing user. If user is first time, then we're gonna show the empty state where user have option to create a new course if he is very first time. Along with we have some header option showing user name and some setting icon. But if user is existing user, then we gonna add this all of this information where user can track the progress of his course, the practice, like he can give the quiz, flashcard, question answered, depends on what course he created. And then we have this list of course, obviously, which is generated with the help of AI. Okay, but first and very important thing that we need to integrate is this create new course empty state option, okay, on the home screen. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we want to do, we need to add an header. So we are going to create a new folder. I'm not sure whether we have, I don't think so we have. So we'll create a new folder called components, and all the components related to our any of the screen will keep inside this component. Now inside this, again, I'm going to create a home folder, and whatever the component that we are going to create for the home screen will keep inside this home folder. So inside that we'll say header.jsx, and we'll add default template and then save it. Now this header we're gonna add inside our home.jsx file. So simply over here we'll add header file, and right now if you see, the header text is showing. Now for this view we'll add a style, and we'll add a padding to 25. Also we'll add a padding top, okay, and depends on the platform. So we have a method called platform dot OS, means operating system, is equal to if it is a iOS, then we'll add a let's say 45 from the padding top, okay. But if it's an Android, then we don't need to add anything. Then let's go to the header, and inside the header we already have the user detail. That user detail I'm going to accept. So user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and here inside that we'll say user detail context. Okay, now this user detail context we already have inside this context folder. So simply we are going to import that user detail context from, and then we need to give the path. I will make sure to wrap this, and then you can use user detail context here. Okay, now over here we'll say hello, and then user name. So that name you can get it from the user detail dot name, and if you see, now it's showing hello comma tube gurji. Now for this one we'll add a style. Here we'll add a font family as outfit bold, then we'll add a font size of, let's say, 24. Let's make it 25, and after that we'll say another text, and inside that we'll simply say let's get started. Now for this one I'm going to add a font family as outfit and font size of, let's say, 70. Okay, and that's how our header is, the left section is ready. Now on the right we want to add a setting icon. So for that one, first I will wrap this inside one view. Okay, and then on the right hand side we want to add icons. So obviously that icon I'm getting from this any icon. Let's search settings and we will use this icon. So make sure to import this statement first so that you can just copy this component and use it over here and save. Okay, now if you see we have this setting icon. You can wrap this setting icon inside the touchable opacity because on the click we want to add some events. So touchable opacity, you know that it provides on press event like a button. And now for this particular view we'll add a style and then we'll make display as a flex. Now remember we want this setting icon on the right hand side. Okay, and after display flex you need to give flex direction. You are telling that okay, everything we want in a one row, and then we'll make justify content space between. So space between these two items. Also if you see it is at the top section, right? We want to align vertically center. So for that one we'll say align item to be in the center. Boom, say. Okay, now over here I will give or will change this size to let's say 35 or let's make it 32, little smaller. Perfect. Next let's go to this home.jsx file, and for the background I'm going to add some white background. So for this particular view we'll make it flex to 1 first, and then we'll make background color to colors. So I think we need to import the colors. So let's import colors from constant/colors. Okay, and now here we can give colors dot white. See, now the background color is in the white color. Next we want to add an empty state. So either you can add it directly here. Let's add it for now. So first obviously we want to add a component for that empty state. So inside the component home folder we'll create a new file called no course.jsx, and we'll add a default template, and then I will add this no course over here. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go to this no course. Over here we'll add a style. We'll add a margin top, let's say 40. Then the first thing, as per this mockup, we have this beautiful icon. Okay, that I'm going to add it from our assets folder. So I already added this. Okay, so called book.png. So this file. So over here we'll simply add an image from the React Native, the source, and then inside that we'll say require. Okay, now here you need to give the complete path from the assets images/book.png. And if you see we have this beautiful book. Obviously we need to give some style to this one. So we'll give height, let's say 200, and then we'll give width to 200. Okay, now we want all of item in the center of the screen. So over here we'll make display as a flex, and then align item in the center, and I think that's pretty good. After this image we want to show a text. Okay, so similar to what we have, it's saying you don't have any course. So here we'll say you don't have any course. Okay, now after that one obviously we'll give some style. Here we'll say font family as outfit bold, and then font size, let's say 25. Also make sure the text align in the center of the screen every time. Okay, something like this. Perfect. And after that we want to add two buttons, right? Now the thing is, this button obviously we're gonna use at many places every time, right? And every time you need to add some style and everything. So Rather than that, we are going to create a button component. Okay, so inside the component folder we create a new component called shared. Okay, so all the shared component will keep inside this folder. For example, the button, so we'll add a button.jsx. Let's add a default template for this button, and obviously this button will accept couple of parameters. The one is the text, okay, what text you want to show, then the type, whether it's an outline or a fill. So by default I will give it as a fill. Then the on press event, it will return the on press event, and I think for now it's good. We'll see if you need anything else. Okay, now instead of this button we'll provide a text. Then for this view we'll add some style. Over here we'll change this a touchable opacity as well, and then it has an on press event which will call the on press. Okay, so this one it will call back. Then we'll add some padding, so let's say padding of 15. Then here make sure to give width to 100%. We'll add a border radius to 15, and then we'll add a margin, or here it's up to you whether you want to call margin top or not. So let's add margin top to 15. Okay, also for the background color, so background color is depends on the type. If the type is equal to fill, then we'll add a colors dot primary color, otherwise we're gonna add a white color. So here we'll say colors dot white. Perfect, right? Then for this one as well, for the text as well, we'll add some style. Now over here first we'll make text align in the center of the screen. Then we'll add a font size to 18, and then we'll add a color. Now color is again depends on the type. So if type is equal to fill, then we'll give the colors dot white, otherwise we'll give colors dot primary. Okay, and what else we need? Okay, so let's save it for now and let's test this out. So now we're gonna add that button over here from the shared. Now for this button we're gonna add text. We'll say create new course. Okay, and save it. Now on the screen you will see this beautiful button. Within one line we have this beautiful button created, right? Also we'll add another button, and it will say explore existing courses. Okay, and then save it, and we have this explore existing courses. So for this one, if I provide a type as outline, right, then it will show something like this. Obviously I think we can add a border if the button type fill the button type is outline, right? So over here we'll say border width, and if type is not equal to, we'll say is not equal to fill, or we can simply add a border, doesn't matter. Okay, so here we can say colors dot, oh sorry, the width we want 1, and the border color will say colors dot primary. See, okay, so that's good now, and we have this beautiful 2 button created, which is similar like what we have inside our mockup. Let me go back. Oh sorry, perfect, right? Now on the click of this button we want to navigate to the new screen where user can add some details in order to create a new course. Now once user click on this create new, we are going to redirect a new screen where user can create a new course by adding some details. First thing, user will enter what and on the which topic he want to create a course. Okay, user can create course on any topic, even though if user want to learn coding, digital marketing, or even on 10th class chapter, just add that one, click generate, and automatically with the help of AI it will generate some topics. Okay, user can select this topic. It is a multi-select option, so user can select a multiple option, and once user select it, user will click on create my course, and with the help of AI model it will generate a proper course. But in this particular chapter we're gonna implement this particular page, and then we're gonna generate these topics as well. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna add a new route. So inside this app folder we'll add a new folder called add course. Okay, now inside that we'll add a new index.jsx file, and we'll add a new template. Here we'll say add course. I will just make sure I will make this add course something like this, okay, because all the folder names start with a small letter. And then once it's done, let's save this one. Now from the no course, where we have this create new course button, on the click of that one we want to navigate to the new screen. So if you remember, for this button we also have this on press event. Okay, so we'll add that one. So over here we'll say, or we obviously want to just navigate it, so we'll say constant router is equal to use router, because we want to navigate programmatically. So we'll add from this use router hook from Expo Router, and then on press we'll add router dot push, and we'll navigate to the add course page, and then save it. Now once we add the new route, make sure to reload your application, and after successful reload, if I click on this create new course, it will redirect it to the new page called add course. Okay, next let's go to this add course, and we'll add an h2 tag, also not h2, sorry, the text. And if you see this mockup, we have this bigger bold text called create new course. So inside that we'll say create new course. We'll apply some style. So here we'll add a font family as outfit bold, then font size of 25, and save it. Now make sure for this view we'll add some style, we'll add some padding to 25. Okay, here I am going to add little more, something like 30. Also for background I'm going to add a background color as colors dot white, and also make sure to add it as a flex 1, so it will fulfill your complete screen. Now after this create new course, we'll add one more text, and it will say what you want to learn today. So we'll add what you want to learn today. Okay, now for this one we'll add the style. We'll add a font family as outfit, font size to, let's say, 25. I think that's much better. Okay, and that's all. Next we have one more text. Now for this text, this is the complete text we want to write, and here I added this particular text. It was long, so just I copy paste and then save it. Okay, now obviously we'll add some style, so we'll add a style. We'll add a font family as outfit, then we'll add a font size of 20, and also we'll give margin top to 7. Let's add 8, and here I will make 30 only. Okay, obviously for this particular text I'm going to add some color. So inside this color file we'll add a new color called gray, and it has a code called 858585. Okay, and we'll also add background gray color, okay, which is little lighter, so it has hash f2 f2 f2, and save it. Now we'll use this gray color for this particular text, so we'll say color and then colors dot gray, and save it. Now after that we want to add a text input. Okay, so user can enter some value. So just below to that one we'll add a text input from the React Native. inside the placeholder I will just add some example like 10th, or we'll say learn Python, learn 12th chemistry, or something like that. Okay, let's save this one, and this is your input. Obviously for this input we want to add some styling. I will just add that style externally. So over here we'll define the style sheet, and here we'll say text input. Now we'll attach the style, so we'll say styles of styles dot text input. Now first thing we'll give a padding, let's say 15, then we'll add a border width of 1, then we'll add a border radius to, let's say, 15, and we want to add this a multi-line, so it has a property here. You can provide a number of lines, let's say 3, and then you can say multi-line to true. Okay, now also you can provide the height, so here I'm gonna give a height, let's say 30. Oh, 30 is too small, let's say 100. Okay, something like this, see, and let's give margin top to 10. Perfect. Now here we have this beautiful section. Obviously inside that you can provide the align items to the flex start, so it will start at the top. Now on the emulator you will not see that, okay, it will show it as in the center, but on the actual device you will see that. Okay, and the last obviously if you want you can add the font size as well. So here I'm gonna provide a font size, let's say 20, or 20 is too much, let's make it 80. And the last we need to add a button in order to generate the some topics. So here we'll add our button component. Inside this button component first we need to provide the text. Here we'll say generate topic, then another button for the type. So by default it's fill, so I will keep it as a fill, or we can make it as an outline. Then we want on press event, so this will generate the make column method first. So here we'll say on generate topic. Okay, so I'm gonna call this method at the top, or we mention that method obviously over here. And also when it's loading we're gonna add a loading effect as well. So let's add a constant, we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Okay, and by default we'll make this false. Now for this button we don't have the loading indicator, so we'll add a loading indicator, and whenever the loading is true, here I'm gonna show that. So here we'll say if loading is not true, obviously it will show the text, otherwise add a question mark, as this is ternary operator, and we're gonna add the activity indicator from the React Native, so which act like a loader. So here we'll add a size to large, and the color will add depends on the user selection. Okay, so I will just add as it is. Okay, so if type is fill, it will show a white color, otherwise it will show a primary color, and then save it. Now once you add this button, and make sure to provide the loading as well, and then save it. Right now if you see, it's just showing this generate topic. Now if you make this loading to true, you will see this beautiful loader. Okay, let me change this loader to small only. Okay, perfect. And if I make this false, say it false. Okay, also for this button, whenever the loading is true, we can just disable this button. So disable when the loading is true. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. Next thing, let's go to this index.jsx, and here we need to write our get topic idea from AI model. In order to generate a topic with the help of AI, we are going to use a Google's Gemini AI model, and it's completely free to use as well. So simply go to this ai.google.dev and go to this Google AI Studio, where you can try your own prompt and then try to get the result as well. So in this case, if you see, I added this prompt and it will generate 5 to 7 course title for us, and this is the response. Now inside this constant folder, I added this prompt.jsx file, and inside that we have this idea prompt added. Okay, so obviously I'm going to tell you how to use that one, but before that, once you have this prompt or tested the prompt, then simply click on this get code option. Make sure to select the JavaScript and then simply copy all of this code. So over here I will create so inside this config we'll create a new file called AI model.jsx and paste this line of code. Now obviously you need to install this generative AI model first, so copy this one inside the new terminal. I will just add npm I and paste this HDK npm library so that it will install it for you. After that, you need to generate this API key. Okay, so this is a Gemini API key, you need to add it. So first I will save this and then simply go to this get API key and then copy the API key which you want to use. So I will just copy this API key and then inside the .env.local file we'll add it. So here we'll add .env file. Inside that, in order to use the API key inside the Expo application, you need to start with the Expo public and then API key. So here we say Gemini API key and we'll paste this key. Then copy this environment variable and simply paste it here. Okay, obviously you can access it through this process.env and then API key. Then it will initialize this your Google generative AI model. Here currently we are passing this model which is Flash Experience. Obviously it's free to use, and then these are some configuration which you can provide. Instead of this, okay, let me close this. So instead of this text plain, I'm gonna change this to application/JSON. Okay, and then we don't want this function, so I will remove this. Also comment this line of code because we don't want to use for now. And here I will just rename this. So we'll say generate topics AI model and make sure to export this so that you can use it into your any components. Okay, now inside the history which we are just providing some default value. Okay, we want the response in the same way so that next time AI model will return the response in the similar way. Now after this, let's go back to our application and then simply go to the add course index.jsx file. Over here inside this on generate topic, we're gonna add a method. So here we say constant AI response is equal to await. Then here we're gonna say generate. Let me get that name of the method, which is generate topic AI model. So maybe we need to import this. Okay, make sure to import, and then here we say send message. Now inside the same message we need to add a prompt, we need to pass a prompt. So here we'll create a constant called prompt, and now inside that we need to add the user input, which will be the enter plus the prompt which we are getting, or attach this idea prompt to that particular user input. Now obviously we did not get the user input, so let's get it. So here we'll say user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and on this text input we'll add on change text. It will emit the value which user enter, and then we'll simply set the user input with that value, and then simply we're gonna pass. So here we'll say user input plus and then the prompt. So obviously this idea prompt we need to access using this prompt dot idea. Okay, and this prompt we're going to pass to this send message. Now let's make this async, And once we have the response, so here we'll say constant, here we'll say topic idea is equal to AI response dot text. Okay, now this will come in the form of string, so you can parse this one. So first we will check whether we are getting the result or not. So I will just console this topic idea. Also, when we call this method, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Let's save it and let's test this out. So simply here we'll say learn Python, and then we'll click generate topic. Now let's press click generate topic, and if you see it's showing loading, it means it's loading, and this once it's finished, we got the course title. How cool, right? Now inside that we have the core concept, data handling, and all other things. Now obviously we need to convert this into form of JSON, so here we'll say JSON dot parse. Okay, so we'll get the result in the form of JSON. Let's test this one more time. So in this case we'll say I want to learn Spanish language. Okay, so we'll enter this one and simply click generate topic. Now inside the console you will see the result. Okay, wait, so yeah, we got the result. If you see, we have course title saying Spanish basic, the Spanish fairs, vocabulary, and all other things. Cool, right? Now this particular all the idea we need to save in one state. So here we'll define constant topics comma set topics is equal to use state, and over here we'll set the topics as a topic idea. That's all, and then save it. Once it is generated, we need to simply display it just below after this button. So for that one we'll use a view first, and inside that we'll write a text. We'll say select all topics which you want to add in the course, and obviously we'll use some style to this view. So we'll add margin top to let's say 15. For this text we'll add a font family as outfit, and then font size to let's say 20. Then over here I'm going to iterate the topics. So here we have the topics. So we'll use topics dot map, and inside here we have item comma index and the arrow function like this. Inside here we'll add a text, and then we'll simply add an item. Now if you observe, actually our topics is inside this course titles. Okay, so basically we need to access and make sure we have to add here topic idea dot course title. Okay, so that we'll get just an array, and so that we can simply iterate it inside this topic section. Here let's save it for now, and let's see whether we are getting a result or not. Obviously I will wrap this into a pressable so that we can add on click event for this particular text, and here I will add a key as an index as well. Just save it, and here let's add a condition. So let's say learn React Native, and we'll say generate topic, and then if you see we have the list of topics. Okay, now we want to add it with a, obviously we want to add a style for this text as well. So simply I'm going to add a style. Inside that we'll add a padding, let's say 7. Then we'll add a border width of 0.4, I think that's enough, and then we'll add a border radius to let's say 99 because we want a rounded corner. Also I'm going to add a padding horizontal to let's say 10, or let's make it 15. Okay, now for this particular view we'll add some style. So here we'll say style, we'll make it display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row. After that we'll make flex wrap to wrap only. Okay, and we'll give gap to 10. So right now obviously if the size is smaller, obviously it come after this one, but right now it's coming in one line, so that's fine. And for this view we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 6. Perfect. Now we need to add an option so that user can select this one, okay, and depends on user selection, as well as we'll verify whether user is already selected or not. So first we'll provide constant selected topics, will define as this state is equal to use state. So in this one we're gonna save each selection, okay, and inside that we'll write a method. So we'll say on topic select the arrow function, and obviously it will accept the topic, and then simply we'll check if is already selected, is already exist in the array, okay, by just checking the selected topic dot find, and inside that we'll say item, and here we'll say item is equal to topic. If here we'll say is not already selected or not already exist, then only we'll set or we'll add that, okay. So here in order to add it, make sure you'll add all the previous value along with the selected topic, okay. And if obviously if user is already there, means the topic is already there, then we have to make sure we will unselect it, right. So for that one, here we'll say topics is equal to selected topic dot filter, and here we'll say item is not equal to topic, okay, and then we'll get the selected topics as topics, okay, as simple as that. So first we'll check if already exist, if not then we'll add it to our state. Obviously it's again array of string only, and then if it's already exist, then we'll remove it. Now this on topic select, we're gonna attach it to our this particular text. Obviously here we're gonna add on press event, and then we'll call this and we'll pass this item, it means each of the topic, okay, and then save it. Another important thing, as soon as a user select any of this topic, we need to mark it as a selected one, okay. So we need to add a styling for that one. So here we're gonna add a background color, or you can just add a border as well, it's up to you, but here I'm gonna add a background color, depends on the selection. So here I'm gonna write a method, we'll say constant is selected is topic selected, obviously we will pass a topic name, and inside that we'll say constant selection is equal to selected topic dot find, if item, then we'll say item is equal to topic, then we'll return as selection is there, then true, otherwise false, okay. And this is topic selected, we're gonna call over here. Now if it's true, then we'll add a background color as a colors dot primary, okay, otherwise I will keep it null. And obviously we need to make sure the text also we're gonna change. So over here we'll say color, then we'll say colors dot, not colors, just we need to check first is topic selected, if yes, then we'll say colors dot white, otherwise colors dot primary. Let's save it and let's test this out again. So here we'll say learn Python, we'll say generate topic. Now the topic is generated. If I select any of these, somehow it's not get selected. So over here I think we forgot to pass the item, means the topic name, okay. And now if you see this one, I selected, see I can able to select, I can able to unselect any of them. Cool, right? So that's what we wanted. Now after this we want to add a button once selection is completed, right? So after this, let me get this view first, and just after this view I am going to add a button. To this button we want to pass a text as generate course. The type I will keep as it is, which is the field one. Then on press we'll call a method called on generate course, okay, and obviously we're gonna pass a loading as well. Now this button only enable when the user have some selection, so it means selected topics has some length. So here we'll add selected topics dot length is greater than 0, then only we're gonna show this button, okay. Let's save it, and right now if you see the generate course, it means the button is showing on the screen. Here for this view I'm gonna add margin bottom, let's say 10. Perfect, okay. Now obviously this method we need to implement, which is on generate course. So we'll add a constant on generate course, and this method is used to generate course using AI model. Now inside the prompt I added this course prompt, which help us to generate the course in a specific format. So this is the line, okay, and I also added this course banner where I added some default banner image extension, okay, that we're gonna cover. But right now this is the prompt that you also want to use, okay. Make sure to use this prompt which has the particular schema, and you will get the result in the specific schema, in the specific format only, okay. Obviously you can modify according to your requirements. So I will gonna share this file with the source code as well, so you can find it out. Now let's go back to the index.jsx, and over here first we'll get the prompt. So in order to generate the prompt we have the selected topics, right? So I will make sure that selected topics need to have some at least one selection, and then we have prompt dot course, okay. This particular prompt we're gonna use it. Now once your prompt is ready, simply call constant AI response is equal to await, and then we need to write a new AI model, okay. So I will just copy this existing one and we'll paste it here. Here we'll say generate course AI model, okay. Here I don't want to pass any history, so basically I will provide the history with an empty value, and we'll keep everything as it is. Now simply we're going to use this generate course AI model dot send message, and then we're going to pass our prompt. Now for this await we'll use this as async, and once we have the AI response, so here we'll say constant course is equal to JSON dot parse, because we want to pass the result. Here we'll say AI response dot text. Now obviously we'll console it, so we'll console here the course value. After that we want to save course info to database, okay. But before that we'll see whether we are getting the result or not. Obviously over here we'll set the loading as a true, and at the last we'll set the loading as a false, and then save it. Now we already have the topic created. Let's click generate course. Now once it's started you will see the loading icon. Now it will take some few seconds to generate the exact and all the courses. The reason is because we are generating a bunch of different information. Along with that one, if you see, we also generating, let me go to this prompt, we also generating the quiz, then the flashcard and the question answer as well, okay, which is related to that particular course only. So we are waiting to generate everything together, and if you see, I think it's generated, and if I scroll down you will see we have the course information along with the banner image, chapter and all the information. Cool. So that's what we are expecting. It means we are successfully getting the result from the AI model. Now the next thing that we need to save this course information to our database. So in order to save it, first you need to iterate from each course. So here we'll say course dot for each. Actually I will rename these to courses, okay, so that it's plural, and here inside that we'll say course comma index. We don't need a, we'll just use the course and the arrow function like this. Now inside that we're gonna save it to our Firebase database. So here we'll say await set doc from the Firebase file store. Inside this you need to provide a doc reference. After that you need to provide a DB reference. So I'm not sure, let's go to this Firebase config, and if you see this DB reference you need to import. So it's not importing, then you need to add it manually. So let's add import DB from config / Firebase config. Once we have the DB reference, you need to give the collection name. Here we'll say courses, and then you need to add the document name as well. So document name is nothing but I'm gonna add the timestamp because it will be unique every time, and make sure it is in the form of string. So I will convert it into a string, and then we'll add, or we'll set the document value. So here I'm gonna add all the field from the course. So each course, let's make this as a async because we are using await, and then along with that one we're gonna add created on. On the created on we'll say a current date, so we'll say new date, and then created by. Obviously here you need to add the user's information, right? So let's get that one from the hook. So user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Okay, so make sure to add this user detail context as well. At the rate, I don't know whether it's working or not. Let's add complete path context / user detail context, and here you need to add user detail context, okay, so that you can able to access user information. Here we need to just pass user detail dot email. Okay, so along with this course, all the fields created on and created by. So these three things we are passing. If you want to pass and document ID, that also you can pass it. Right now we don't need it, and then save it. At the last, obviously we have this set loading as a false. Now you can wrap this in a try catch block as well, okay, if you face any issue. So I will just wrap this in a try catch block, okay, but make sure we will pass this set loading false. After that, as soon as this is the data is saved successfully and everything is done, you need to route it to the home screen. So here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and over here we'll say router dot push. Here we'll say tabs / home, okay, if you want to navigate to the home screen. Now I think that's all we needed. Let's save it and let's test this out. Let's say you want to learn Python. You can type anything, okay. Now it will first generate the topic. I will just make sure that set doc is imported. So make sure the set document, this document is getting inserted or imported from the Firebase file store, okay. Perfect. Let's save it again, and then now I will select the all the topics. So here we'll say getting started, data structure, control flow, and let's select Python and modules. Right now if you see, I'm not able to scroll down a little bit, right, because our button is below to this particular section. The problem is we need to wrap this into a scroll view. So to this view we'll add a scroll view which give you the scroll functionality to your page, Okay, so just wrap it in a scroll view, and then if you see, now you can able to scroll it. Okay, now we have this page as well called button as well as a button called generate course. Now click on it, and now it will start generating. If you face any error, okay, so it will not navigate to the home screen, but once it is successful, then it will navigate to the tab home screen. Now we'll wait to finish it. So right now if you see, it's not navigated successfully, even it's generated, because inside the courses, in order to access the correct option, right, we need to, we incorrectly parse this actually. Okay, so what we can do, here we'll say just a response, and then I will define the constant courses is equal to response dot courses. Okay, because in that one we have the value. If you see the prompt, it will return the courses and then array of all the object. So that's why make sure it is fetching like this. Okay, now you will get the courses only, and then you can even do the for each, because if you see the error that we got, which is saying courses dot for each is not a function. Okay, so let's save it and let's try this again. So we'll click generate course, and then we'll wait, and boom, if you see, it's redirected to home screen, and now we have all the list. If I go back to a Firebase, now you will find a new collection called courses. Inside that we have two courses is created, which has the chapters, the flashcards, the question answer option, and the quiz as well. Also inside the chapter we have all the chapter name, example, and all of this information. Cool, right? Perfect. So that's how guys you need to generate the courses with the help of AI. Now obviously this structure you can create on your own as well, but if you want to follow this same structure which I use inside our prompt, then you can get it from the source code. Now if you order to access the source code, just simply go to the tubegurji.com, where you will find all the exclusive courses and the source code for each of the project. You can even join the tubegurji.com, the pro membership, just for under $9. Okay, so go ahead and try it now. Now after generating the courses, we need to display on the home screen, and this is how our home screen will look like, where at the top we have the progress for each of the course which user generated, then the practice section where user can give the quiz, flashcard, or he can also check the question answer depending on his courses, and then we want to show the courses list. Now first the thing that we want to implement is the courses. We want to display that one, and if you see on the courses we have the banner, the course name, and the number of chapters included in that particular course. Also it is horizontal scroll, so we have to make sure user can scroll horizontally. So let's go back to our application, and inside here first I created this new file called option.jsx. In that one I am going to copy all of this. Okay, so obviously I will put this link in the description, so you can just copy it and simply paste it inside your option.jsx. Now in that one, if you see, we have this practice option where we have the name with a quiz and the image for that particular screen. So it's nothing but this particular section. Okay, then for all the images which I'm going to use, so if you see, I give the name as a banner 1, 2, 3 up to 5. I use require option in order to access the local assets images. Okay, and all of this image I already have inside the folder. So inside this assets I have this banner 1, 2 till 6. Now next thing, let's close this tab page, and on the home screen here we need to add the course list. Right now over here, if you see, currently we are just displaying the component called no course. So over here first let's get the course information. So we'll define the course list comma set course list is equal to use state, and in that one we are going to save all our course list once we received. Now in order to read the data from the Firebase is quite easy. First, here we'll write a method called get course list and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll need to write a query. Q is equal to query from the Firebase database or Firebase Firestore. Okay, in that one you need to provide the collection reference, DB reference. Obviously we need to import this DB reference, so here we'll say import DB from Firebase config, and here make sure to import DB. Then you need to add the collection name, so in this case is courses, and then we need to add a condition. So here we'll add where, make sure you are inputting from the Firebase Firestore, and then on the column created by, comma is equal to, and then we need to fetch all the courses which belong to that particular user. So let's get the user detail information. So here we'll say user detail, comma set user detail is equal to use context, and inside that we'll get user detail context. And once we have, obviously we need to get the user email, right? Now if you see the Firebase structure, inside that each of these courses we have this created by with the user's email value, right? So depends on that one, or only document that we need to fetch which is belong to this particular user. Then once the query is ready, I think I did not imported this Firebase Firestore and the collection as well. Then after this we need to write constant, let's say query snapshot is equal to await get docs. Here make sure you are importing get docs, not only doc, because we are fetching a multiple documents, and then we need to pass the query which you created, as this is await means this is the asynchronous function, so make sure to mark it as async. And then once you get the result, we'll say query snapshot dot for each, and inside that we'll say document. Okay, now let's console it first. So we'll say document dot data. So each document it will print it out on inside the console. Now this particular method you need to call inside the use effect. So whenever the user detail is available, you need to call this get course list method. Perfect. Now if I go to the console and scroll down, you will see that we got the data. Okay, I will just make sure that's the correct data. So I will add these two mark, and boom, if you see, this is the course information that we get it. Perfect. Now this document data we need to add it to our course list. So simply here we'll say course list, we'll make sure the previous data is also there. So we'll say previous data dot previous, comma document dot data. Okay, so we are appending to the existing one, and now our course list is ready. Now this no course we only gonna show when the course list is empty. So here we'll say if length is equal to 0, then we'll show the no course, otherwise we wanna show the course list. So here we need to add a component. So let me, for now I will put null, but let me add a component. So right now just make sure, so right now if you see it's empty because we are fetching the course list, and that's why this particular component not rendering. Right now let's go to the component folder. Inside the home we'll add a new file called course list.jsx. Let's add a default template, and now this course list we're gonna render. So here we'll say course list component, and here now you will see the text course list. Right now to this course list we're gonna pass our course list value. So here we'll say course list only. Go to the course list and make sure to accept it as a course list over here. Now inside that we have the all our information. Let's save it and let's add a text. Here we'll say courses. For this one I will add a margin top to, let's say, 15. Perfect. Now for this text we'll add a style. I will add a font family as outfit bold, and then font size as let's say 25. Perfect. Now we'll use a flat list. So here we'll say flat list from the React Native. Now to this flat list, we need to provide the data. If you are new to the flat list, then let me tell you about the flat list. Flat list is one of the powerful React Native component which help us to display or iterate the list, whichever list you want to display on the screen, right? This is the native component from the React Native, and it is very powerful. It contains a lot of different properties, method which you can easily use it in order to display the course list. Now once you define the flat list, you need to provide a data. So in this case our data will be the course list. Now you need to render the item. So inside here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function like this. Inside this we'll define a view, and to this view let's provide a key as an index. So it will, we are just telling okay, this is the unique element inside the flat list. Okay, here let's display the text and let's display the item dot course title. So if you see from this parameter, we have this course title field. So that course title field we're gonna display and then save it, and boom, if you see we have the course title. But if you observe, we have this duplicate one. Okay, the reason is every time when we save, this use effect will get executed, and every time the course list will add a new data, right? So to avoid it, we'll set the course list with an empty value every time. Okay, and boom, if you see now, even though you save multiple times, it will only show true value. Now once we have the course title, obviously it's showing. Let's add an image first. So I will add image tag, the source, and the arrow function. Now if you observe this field, we have this banner image, right? And this is just a path from the local assets. So this one we need to obviously, in order to display that image, we want to use the options from the constant, and inside that we have the image assets, right? For this banner image we have to fetch this one, so something like that. So simply in order to do that, you need to add an option dot, okay, so we need to import this, or let's try to add image assets directly, and then inside that we'll say item dot banner underscore image. So this one, okay, and once you import, let's save this one, and you will see the image. Now this image is rendering from the local assets. Now obviously here we need to add a style. So we'll add a width, let's say 200, let's make it 240 for now, and let's add a height to 200. Okay, let's do one thing, let's make this to 150, and I'm gonna give width to 100%. Perfect. Now we want to display it horizontally so that user can scroll horizontal, right? So simply to this flat list, you can mark it as a horizontal as a true. See how cool, right? And save it. Now immediately it look like you can scroll it horizontally as well. So I think width 260 is much better for now, and let's see how it looks. Here I'm gonna add a border radius to let's say 15. Perfect. Now for this particular view, let me add external styling to this one, and here we'll say course container, and we'll attach this to this particular view. So styles dot, make sure to import this style sheet first so that you will also get the suggestion course container. Perfect. Now over here I'm going to add a padding. Let's add padding to 10. Then we'll add a background color as colors dot background gray. Okay, then we'll add a margin to let's say 6, and we'll add a border radius again to 15. Perfect. Okay, so and now if you see, you can able to scroll it. If you observe, we have this scroll bar indicator, and we don't want that one. So simply to this flat list you can mark that. So here we'll say show horizontal scroll indicator, and then you can mark it as a false. See, and now you are not able to see that scroll bar anymore. Now for this text you can add a style, and for this we can add a font family as outfit bold. Then you can add a font size to 18, and we'll also add margin top to 10. Perfect. We'll add one more text and it will display the chapters. So let's add a text component again, and it will simply display how many chapters are there, right? So in order to get that, you need to get item dot chapters dot length, and here we'll say chapters. Now inside the style we'll add a font family as outfit and save it. Perfect. Now over here, if you see, if I go to this second course, the length of the course title is big, and that's why it's destructive, right? So to fix this, for this course container you can add a specific width. Let's add a width to, let's say, 240. Okay, and then once you add the width for this image, now I will make this image as 100%. Okay, so let me, I think my emulator is stuck. Okay, now it's good, and if you see, now I can able to see. Perfect. If you want to increase this size, you can just increase it little bit, and accordingly it automatically update the layout for your course as well. Now if you want to add more content to your courses, you can add it. For example, if you want to add a chapter icon, let's get that icon first. So from the icon I will select the, let's say, book. Perfect. So I will get this book outline. First I will import this component, and then we'll use this render component as well, and we'll add over here. So that's not look good, so let me add over here, and I will wrap this in a one view so that I can bring in one line. So for this one I will add display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row. Okay, also we'll add a gap of, let's say, 5, and align item to be in the center. Also if you want, you can give margin top to 5, so some space, and for this one we'll decrease the size little bit. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our course list is now ready for the home screen. Next we're gonna implement this practice section, and for these assets I already shared with you so that you can access it for free. So it's quite easy, because inside these options we already have this practice option list of object, right? And in that one we have the name and the image belong to that particular option. So first let's go to this component folder. Under the home we are going to create a new component called practice section.jsx. Let's add default template and save it. Now this practice section will come just before the courses. So basically inside the home screen I'm gonna add over here. So make sure first we'll wrap this in a view, and then above that we'll add practice option. Now inside this practice option, first let's go to this practice option, save it, and here we'll give a style. Obviously this needs your practice, and here we'll add a font family as outfit bold, font size to 25. Oh, so this need to be a practice section. Okay, so make sure the component you are importing correctly, and now it's redirected, and if you see we have the new title for the practice section. After that I'm gonna add a view. Inside this view we'll add a flat list, and to this flat list we'll provide a data, and here we'll simply add a practice option from this option.jsx. Then we'll render the item. Inside that we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Here we'll add a view, and inside this view we'll add an image tag with the source and the arrow function. So here we'll simply add item dot image. Okay, obviously we need to provide a style to this one. So over here we'll add a width to 100%, height let's say 100% for now, and here I'm going to provide the maximum height as well. Okay, so maximum height will be 160, and let's add a border radius to 15. Let's save this one, and here we'll add a key as an index, save it. So right now nothing is displaying on the screen, that's weird. So right now it's not showing anything. Let's change this width to let's say 200 and height 200. Okay, and we'll update this in a moment. So right now if you see, we are able to see this. Next, for this particular view we'll add a style, and to this one we'll make it flex 1, and also we'll give margin to let's say 5, but we want in a form of grid. So here for this flat list we have property called number of column. So right now we want to show in 3 columns, so let's provide a 3. Now whenever you change a column you need to reload your application, okay, because it's not hot reload when you update the column, so make sure. And if you see, now it's updated. Now let's try to change this width to 100%, and also try to change the height to 100%. And if I make this flex 1, still it's not working somehow. And here I want to provide the aspect ratio to 1 as well, so that it will add the width and height with the same value. So let's remove this flex so it will not cut this, and boom, if you see we have this beautiful practice section displaying on the screen. For this view I forgot to add a margin top, so let's add margin top to let's say 10, and then on the top of that one we want to show the text. So simply over here we'll add a text, with a T capital, and then inside that we'll add item dot name. Okay, obviously once you add this one it will come below to this one. I don't know why it did not refresh the screen, but anyway let's add a style, and here we'll add position to absolute, and if you see it's showing on the top of this image. Right now let's give some style. So to this one, first we'll add a padding to 15, then we'll add a font size. So let's add a font size, font family, add outfit, and then we'll add a font size, let's say 20. I think 20 is too much, let's make it 15. And also I'm going to change this colors to colors dot white. Perfect. Okay, and that's how you can display the text on the top of the image. If you want to add more value, styling, you can just add it. I think that's good for me, and it's look exact what we wanted and as per this mockup. See, okay. Now for the progress bar section, we gonna implement depends on how many courses user have, right? So currently user did not start any courses, so we're gonna show the progress bar with a empty or with a 0 progress, and for that one we're gonna use a progress bar library as well. Also we're gonna add this basic information for the course, and we're gonna show at the top, and obviously it's a horizontal scroll, so user can scroll horizontally. So let's go back to our application, and inside the home components home folder we'll create a progress course progress, we'll say course progress.jsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Now let's go to this home. So let me close all of this tab, and let's go to the home, and just before the practice section we're going to add course progress. So this need to be course progress, okay, and save it. Now to this course progress, I'm going to pass the course list, something like this. Okay, and save it. Now let's go to the course progress, and if you see the text showing currently like only course progress, so over here I'm going to add a progress. We'll add a style with a font family as outfit bold, then font size to 25. Also for this view I'm going to add a style, and then we'll add a margin top to 15. I'll make it 10 only for now. Now once we have the course list, obviously we are passing, so make sure to accept it here. Now here we'll add a flat list from the React Native. For this flat list, as you know that we need to provide a data which is the course list. Then we'll render the item and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a view, and first thing we need to add, let's add a view, one more view, and inside that we'll add an image tag. Okay, now here obviously you can get the image assets because we want to show these images similar like what we displayed on the course, and inside that we'll say item dot banner underscore image. Okay, and save it. Here you will display these images, but it's quite weird. So let's add a style. Here we'll add a width, let's say 100, and then we'll add a height to 100. Okay, obviously we'll change this to, let's say, 60 for now. Also we'll add a border radius, let's say 8, and we want it horizontal scroll. So simply, as you know that for flat list we have a method called horizontal, just make it true. After this we'll add a view, because inside this view we want to show this content. Okay, so this one, so with the title and the chapter. So simply here we'll say a text with item dot course title and save it. See, okay, and then the number of chapters. So here we'll say chapters dot length and save, and here we'll say chapters. Now let's bring this in one line. So for this view we'll add a style, and we'll make display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then we'll also give gap, let's say 8. Perfect. Also we're gonna add some padding or margin. So here for this parent view we'll add a margin, let's say 7, and we'll add some padding, let's say 7 again. Let's add a background color. So right now I will add a gray color only, or background gray color, and we'll add more padding, let's say 15, and we'll add a border radius to 15 as well. Now for this text, the course titles text, we'll add a style, and here we'll make font family as outfit bold and font size to, let's say, 70. And for this text as well we'll add a style with a font family as outfit and font size, let's say 15. Now for this parent view I'm going to add some specific width. So let's add a width, let's say 1250. Okay, so something like this, and if you scroll you can able to scroll it, but this text is going beyond the our view. So simply for the text here I will add a flex wrap as a wrap. Okay, and still it's not work, so let's see what's the issue. So basically we have the view, inside that we have the text. So for this view I will just mark it as a flex to 1. Oops, 1. Okay, and now if you see it's wrapped correctly. Now if the size of this particular title is more than 2 lines, we can just limit that. So for this text we'll add number of lines to 2. Okay, and then you will see if it's more than 2 lines, it will show dot dot dot. Okay, I think that's enough. I think we added this progress section. If you want to increase the size, you can also do that one. Okay, for example, let's me increase the size to 80, and also I'm going to change this to, let's say, 19, and we'll increase the width little bit, let's say 280. Okay, some little bit bigger. I think that's good now. And after that, we want to add progress at the bottom. So if you see, we have this progress section, right? That's what we want to add. So for that one, I'm going to use React Native progress bar. Okay, so let's go to this React Native progress, and this is the component that we are going to use. And in that component, if you see, you just need to provide the how much progress, and you need to provide a value between 0 to 1, and the width, the complete width of the progress bar. So simply copy this npm command, go back to your VS Code terminal, and simply paste it here so that it will install this library. Once it is installed, then you need to use it, right? So simply outside of this view, I'm going to add that. I will add a view, and inside this view we'll add progress. So maybe we need to import this. Let's import it first. So this is the import command, and in order to use it, I will just copy this simple example and we'll paste it here. Okay, now if I save this one, you will see the result, say. Okay, and now we have this beautiful progress bar. Now the width, you can give it similar to this one. Okay, just we are giving padding, so I will just make this as a 260, or make it 216. Let's see how it looks. Okay, make it 250. Perfect. Now for this view, let's add a style, and then we'll add a margin top, let's say 7, make it 10. Perfect. And just below to this one, I'm going to add a text, and here I'm going to show how many chapter completed, right? So obviously right now we are not storing any completed chapter because we did not implement the course section yet, so that I'm going to hard coded this value. So here I will just say 3 out of 5 chapter completed. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a style as well. So we'll add a font family as outfit, and if you want, you can add a margin top to 2. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our progress bar section is ready, right? Now obviously we don't have progress yet, so I will just mention it as a 0 for now. But once we have the course section implemented, and once users start learning or start viewing the chapter, then we can show the progress bar. Okay, and obviously we need to update this value as well, that we can implement later on. Also, let's remove this scroll, the horizontal scroll bar, which we don't want it. So from this course progress, simply over here we say show horizontal scroll indicator, and just make this as a false. Now right now everything is fitting in the one screen, so you don't need to scroll it. But if you have more content, let's consider that. Let's go to this home, and I will add course list component one more time. Okay, and once we add it, obviously below that I'm not able to scroll it, and obviously under these courses we have again one more section or similar section called courses, and we are supposed to scroll this one, but currently it's not scrolling anymore. Now to fix this issue, you need to wrap this complete inside the scroll view. But if you wrap in the scroll view, then we again inside the scroll view you cannot add the flat list. Okay, because flat list also have their own scroller bar, right? So to fix this one, simply inside this home.jsx you can add a flat list. Okay, and to this flat list we provide the empty data. Then you need to add list header component. Okay, so this list header component, and inside that you can add the complete view, something like this, and then close the flat list tag. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see, you can able to scroll it now vertically, right, without any warning or any error. If you use the scroll view, then it will give you the error that virtual list cannot be nested inside the scroll view. So to avoid this, make sure to use flat list along with this list header component, okay, and make sure to pass the empty data. Now obviously we don't need this course list again, so I will just remove it and then save it. Now we are going to implement the course view script. Whenever user click on any of the course, this is the mockup. This is how it will look like. So first at the top you are going to show the banner of the course and the course title along with how many chapters are there. Then the description, because we already have, and then we have a button to start now. Okay. Also below that we are going to show all the list of chapters which we have. Once user click on the chapter, then we want to show the content, all the chapter content. Okay. So let's implement this first, the course view section, and then we'll go to the chapter section. So let's go back to your application. So let me close all of this tab, and I'm going to create a new route inside the app folder, and we'll call it as a course view dot, or just course view as a folder, right? And as soon as you add the folder, with the help of Expo Router, it will automatically create a route for you. Inside that we'll create index.jsx file and then add a default template. Here I will rename this to course view and then save it. Now once user click on any of the course, we want to navigate to this particular screen. So for that one, let's go to the course list component, because we need to add on click event on this particular card. So to this view, I will change this a touchable opacity and make sure to close the tag as well. And then we're gonna add on press event. Now here we're gonna navigate programmatically. So here we'll say constant route is equal to use router. So here we'll say use router from the Expo Router, and then we'll simply navigate it route.push, and then we can say course view, okay, and save it. Now when you add a new route, make sure to reload your application. So I will just reload my application so that it will update with the new route as well. And if I click on this route, this card, it will navigating to the course view. Now the question is, how can we get the data on the course view? There are two ways. Either you can fetch it, or you can simply pass the value. So once you click on this any of the course, so this is the easiest way, because you don't need to make any API call. So the question is, how can we pass it? So simply inside the route push, I will remove this one and I will add a curly braces. Here we have two parameters. One is the path name. So here path name will be course view, where you want to navigate, right? And then inside the parameters, it has a second field called parameters. Inside that you can pass the value. So here we'll say course params is equal to colon JSON dot stringify. Whenever you are sending some value from one screen to other, make sure the value will be in the form of string. Okay, so that's the reason we are converting. And once user click on this one, obviously we need to pass this item, okay, as a course data, and then save it. Now inside your course list, in order to accept that value, you can simply write constant course params. So the name of the field should match. So here make sure it's a course param only, is equal to use local search params, okay, which is importing from the Expo Router. Now over here, if I console this, let's console.log course params and then save it. Now when I click on this one, you will see the course param with all the value. Cool, right? Perfect. It means we are getting the data, but don't forget to update this to a JSON format. So over here we'll say constant course is equal to JSON dot parse to course params, because when you accept this, this is in the form of string, and then you need to make sure to convert into a JSON. Let's save this one. And now first thing we need to do is to provide the image. because at the top you want to show an image. So here we'll add an image tag from the React Native, the source tag, and inside that obviously we'll get it from the image assets, right? And then inside that we'll write course dot banner image. Again, if you want to refer this one, you can anytime go to your Firebase database, and here you can see the banner image, okay, that you want to display. You can access all the fields from your Firebase. It will be easy for you. As soon as I save it, you will see the image. Obviously this image is from local, that's why we use image assets. If you remember forgot, then let me tell you that these image assets we already defined inside this options.jsx file, and from that one we are fetching it. Next, here we'll provide a width. We'll say width to 100%. Oh, sorry, obviously you need to provide inner style. So here we'll provide the width to 100%. Basically what we can do, okay, let's define it here, because we want to define this in a different component. That will be easy. So inside this component folder, we'll create a new component called course view, and all the components which is inside this or which is come under the course view, we'll put it inside this folder. Okay, here we'll say intro.jsx, and let's add a default template, and inside here let me cut it from here. I will add intro component, and inside the intro I will add this image. So make sure you are importing image and image assets, and over here we'll accept the course data. Okay, so make sure to pass this course data. So basically we are just dividing our component, our page into two components. One is this intro section and another is a chapter. So that's the reason I created a new component for this one. Now we have an error, so it's saying in element type is invalid. So make sure you are image assets. We have this banner image. Okay, so after reload it's working perfectly fine. Good. Now over here we'll provide the height. Let's say height to 200. Okay, let's make it to 280. I think that's pretty good. Okay, next we want to show the text. So here I'm gonna add a view, and inside that we'll add a text. Here we'll say course title. Now for this view we'll add a style, and we'll add a padding, let's say 20. Oops, sorry, let me add a padding to 20. Now for this text let's add a style. Here we'll add a font family as outfit bold, then we'll add a font size of 25, and then I think that's all we needed. Okay, perfect. After that we want to add how many chapters are there, right? So over here we'll let's add a view first, because we want to add an icon as well, right? So either you can copy this from the home screen under the course list, right? We have this chapter section. I will just copy this as it is and we'll paste inside this one. Okay, but you have to make sure you will import this Ioni icon. Okay, so I just imported this Ioni icon component as well, and now if I go over here, okay, so we have this item, so make sure to change this to course, and I think we are good now. So if I go over here, you will see the chapters. Perfect. I will change this font size of this text. So over here we'll say font size to, let's say, font size to 80. Perfect. Next thing, we want to show the description. So let me collapse this, and just below that we'll add a text. We'll say description. Here I will add a style. Let's add a font family as outfit bold, font size, let's say 80, or make it 20. Also we'll give margin top to, let's say, 10, and inside the new text, let's add a text. We'll add a description. So course dot description, and we have this just 2-line description. That will be easy. And inside the style we'll add a font family as outfit and font size, let's say 18. Okay, now here I'm gonna add a color as well, so we'll change these colors from the color dot, let's say, gray. Perfect. Also I'm gonna change the background to white. So for this view, let's add a style, make it flex 1, and also change the background color to colors dot white. Okay, so not here actually, we want to add it on the parent component. So let me go to this course view. So this is the course view, right? And over here we need to add it. Let me just paste this one and save it. Obviously make sure to import these colors. And now if I go to this course, it will navigate, and now we have this proper white background. Perfect. The last important thing inside the intro, that we need to add a button. So just below to this view we have this button component. It looks like we need to import it. So let's import button from our component folder. So inside that we have shared folder, and inside that we have this button. So let's import it. Now it's empty right now. Okay, so let's import this inside this view, and here you need to add a text. We'll say start now. Then we need to add a on press. We'll add it later on. So right now we'll just console.log, and I think that's all we needed. Okay, so let's save it. So this is the intro section, small and very clean design, right, that we added. And if you see our mockup, that's what we have. Now if I go back to any of the screen, right, so right now we don't have the back button. We'll add that in a moment. But if I open this one, you will see all the information. Okay, so let's add a back button. So let me go back, let's open this one, and we want to add a back button. So in order to add a back button inside this, above this image, let's add a pressable component, and inside that I'm going to add a back button icon. So from the icon we'll get a back, so we'll use this arrow back. So copy this component and we'll paste it here. Let's save it. You will see this back, but we'll make this style and we'll make position to be absolute. Okay, I think it's look like it's went behind this, so let me put it at the last, and now we have this button. Perfect. Also let's give padding to, let's say, 10, and if you want to change the height or size of this icon, you can just change this one. See, perfect. Now to this pressable we'll add on press event. And if you did not define the router, let's define the router as well, because we want to navigate back to our previous screen, and it's very easy with the router. You don't need to define the screen name, just you need to define router dot back, and then it will automatically go to this previous page. See, cool, right? So that's how you can navigate back or to the previous screen by using this back button. Now next we want to add this chapter section. Obviously for that one we create a new component. So let's go back, and inside this course view we'll add a new component called chapters.jsx. Add a default template and then save it. Now inside this course view, after the intro, we'll add a chapters component. Now to this chapters component, obviously we're gonna pass a course component as well, and go to this. Make sure to accept it as a course. Okay, and save it. Now we have the chapter section. Here obviously we're gonna add a styling. We'll add a padding to 20. For this text we'll add a style. We'll add a font size, or let's add font family first. We'll say outfit bold, then font size to, let's say, 20. I will make this 25. and then let's iterate this font chapter list. So for that one I'm going to use flat list, and first thing we need to provide the data. Now here in the data you just need to provide the chapter list. Now if you go to the database, we have this chapters component, and inside that we have all the chapters, see, right? So inside the chapter we have the chapter name for each of them, right? So let's implement that. So simply first we'll use course dot chapters, then we'll render the item. So we'll say item comma index, the arrow function, and inside this I'm gonna add a view. Perfect, and save it. Now first thing, inside the view again, so let me open this. I'm gonna add one more view. So let's, and inside here first we'll add a text, and I'm going to show the index value. So index plus 1 I will do because I want to start the count from 1, okay, not from the 0. So I added plus 1 to that one, and then in front of that I want to add the title of the chapter. So in order to get that field which is inside the chapter, we have this chapter name. So we'll say item dot chapter name. See, it's showing, right? Now let's define the external styling. Here I will import the style sheet, and here we'll say chapter text. Inside that we'll add a font family, we'll say outfit bold, then font size let's say 20, and save it. Now let's simply apply it to this particular text. So here we'll say style and style dot chapter text. Same thing I'm gonna apply it for this particular text and save it. Perfect, right? Now for this particular view we'll add a style and we'll mark it as a flex. So display flex, then we'll make flex direction to row, and we'll provide a gap to 5. Perfect. Let's make this outfit only instead of bold. And also after this index I will add a dot and we'll add more gaps, let's say 10. Now for this view we'll also add a padding, or not here actually. For this container, main container, we'll add a padding. So here we'll add a style and we'll add a padding to let's say 15. Then we'll add a border width to 1 or make it 0.5, and then we'll add a border radius to 15. Okay. Also we'll add margin top, let's say 7, make it 10. Perfect, right? Here I will make 18, more space, more padding. And on the right hand side I want to add a play icon button. Okay, so if I go, you will see this play icon button, right? So that icon I'm going to add. Now whenever user complete the chapter, then I'm going to mark this as a completed one by using the check mark that we're going to implement later on. But for now let's go to this icon and just search for the play button. So here we'll say play, I'm going to use this icon and we'll import it. So simply after this view we'll add it. Obviously make sure to import this INI icon and save it. Perfect. And if you see, we have this icon now. Now we want this on the right hand side. So for this div we'll display, we'll make it flex, and then we'll make flex direction as a row. Then we'll make justify content space between, and we'll also make align item in the center of the screen or center of this particular view. Perfect. If you want to change the color, we can change the color. So over here right now it's a black. I will just change this to colors dot primary. Boom. See, and our chapter is now, chapter section is ready. Now currently this particular course I only have 3 chapters, but I have one course which has 5 chapters. If I open this one here, I'm not able to scroll it anymore, right? And as you know that in order to add a scroll view, you need to wrap it inside the scroll view only. But if you are using the flat list on your screen, right, then it's better to use flat list only. So go to the index.jsx inside the course view and then wrap your application inside the flat list. Here we will provide the data with empty, and then here we'll provide a list header component. Inside that we'll add our view which you want to display, and then simply close the tag and save it. Now if you see, you can able to scroll it easily, and here we have all the chapters as well which is displaying on the screen. Okay, and that's how our course view page is now ready. Once user click on any of the chapter, then we're gonna open this new page. On this page we're gonna show the chapter content. Each chapter has their own maybe we can say chapter name, and on this section we have the code if that particular chapter has some code and some example if it has. Okay, at the top you want to show a progress bar that how much chapter you completed. And if I go to the database, if you see inside the chapter we have the content, right? And in this case, let's say in the content we have the first content, second or three, we have the at least 3 content. Each content obviously it has a code, example and the topic name along with their explanation. So let's go back and let's create a new page. So let me close all of this tab for now, and inside here we'll add a new route and we'll rename as, or we'll write it as a chapter view. Inside that we'll create index.jsx file, and then let's add a default template. Here we'll say chapter view. Now you can add this chapter view inside the course view as well, and it depends on how you want to structurize your route. Okay, I will keep it simple. I don't want to make this complicated, so I created a different route for the chapter view. Let's save this one, and next thing that you need to do is once user click on any of the chapter, you want to navigate to this chapter view, and along with that one you need to provide the chapter content as well. So let's go to the chapter component first. So inside the course view we have this chapters view, and not chapter view but the chapter list, and inside that here I'm gonna add a touchable opacity. So for this card click, right, we want to add that, and then we add on press event as well. Make sure to close this tag, and here first thing we need to add a route. So let's define the router first. So constant router is equal to use router. Make sure to import it from the Expo Router, and here we'll say router dot push, and then inside that we'll provide the parameter path name. So path name will be chapter view, and then the params. So inside the params here we'll say chapter params, and then we want to set the item information. So here we'll say simply item dot all the chapters. Okay, so we'll say item dot chapters. Also here we need to add one more field when we are creating this course, which is the document ID. So let's add a new field called doc ID, and inside this I'm going to add this. Let me copy this one first. So this document ID over here. Okay, same thing I'm going to do to this one as well. So we'll copy this document ID and we'll add it over here. So we'll say doc ID and paste it here. Okay, this is important when we want to update the document later on. Okay, to make these quick changes, let's go to the add course. Okay, inside this index, and when we have this on generate course, right, we are adding created on created by. Here we're going to add document ID as well. Now document ID you have to make sure this document ID will be same. So simply I'm going to add constant doc ID is equal to date.now.toString, and then over here now we'll replace this with a doc ID. Okay, and everything will be as it is. Make sure to pass the doc ID over here as well and save it. So from next time, now we have the document ID for each of the document with a field called doc ID. Now over here, once you pass the chapter, along with that one you need to pass a document ID. This document ID you will get it from the item.doc ID and then save it. Now once user click on this one, it will navigate to the new route. Now obviously we added a new route, so make sure to reload your application. Once the application is reloaded, then you can easily navigate to that particular chapter. So let's go, and if you see, now we have the chapter view. Let's go to the chapter view and let's accept all the params. So over here we'll have the chapter params, and we also have the document ID. Then is equal to use, here we say use local search params. One more thing that we are going to accept, which is the chapter index. Okay, so whether it's the first chapter, second chapter, and so on. Over here we'll simply pass the chapter index with the index value. Okay, now it's up to you whether you want to pass it as a 0 or you want to start with a 1. Okay, I will pass it as a as it is, means the index value here in this case is a 0 if user click on the first chapter. Let's save this one, and now inside chapter view we have these all three parameters. Now for the chapter parameter, I will convert it into a JSON format. So here we'll say chapters is equal to json.parse and chapter params. Now I think I forgot to mark this as a stringify. So over here we'll say json.stringify like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go to this chapter, so we have an error, unexpected character U. Okay, so this error is because inside this chapter we are passing item.chapter, because but the thing is we are already just iterating the chapter, so you don't need to pass this again. Okay, this item itself contains the chapter information. Let's save it, and now if I go to this chapter view, you will see the chapter view without any error. Now the first thing that we want to add the progress bar. So here we'll add a progress. So let me copy this progress bar. So I will just copy this over here, and we'll make sure to import it from the React Native progress. Okay, and also for this view I'm going to add a style, and we'll simply say padding to 25. Now the width, let's add 100%, and let's see how it looks. So right now if you see width, you cannot provide the width in the form of string. Okay, so definitely I'm going to calculate it. So you can get the screen width as well by using dimension dot get the width, or you can you have option screen or window. So we'll say screen dot width, and I will multiply it by 0.85, something like this. See, okay, and now we have the proper width. So depends on the screen size, this value will update automatically. Now for the progress, it depends on which chapter you are right now. So for that one I'm going to use a method called constant get progress, and here I will calculate it. So here we'll pass a current page. Now obviously I'm going to maintain one state called current page, and it will hold whether on which page you are in. Okay, so we'll say current page is equal to use state. Now initially it will be 0, and over here I'm going to just call the get progress method with the current page. Now inside here we'll simply calculate the percentage. So is equal to current page divided by total pages. So here we have the chapter, so chapters dot content. So inside the chapter, if you go back to our course, inside the chapter we have the content, see this one, right? And obviously we need to calculate the length of the content, so we'll say content dot length, and that's all we need it, because we are just calculating not the complete percentage, we are not multiplied by 100 because we want a value between 0 to 1. Okay, now let's save this one and make sure to return this percentage as well and save it. So right now it's empty because we don't have or we are still on the current page, okay, 0th page, so that's why it's showing 0. Now next thing, depends on this current page, we want to show the value. So here I will add a view, inside that we'll add a text, and in that one we need to show the topic name. So simply we'll say chapter dot content of current page, because inside the content we have the list whether it's a 0th or 1st or 2nd, right? So in that way we have to display it, and then we'll say dot topic and then save it. So we have an error called chapter doesn't exist, so it needs to be a chapters. And now let's test this out. So let me go to this particular chapter, and if you see, the label is showing saying what is Python. Now let's add a style. Here we'll add a font family as outfit bold. We'll add a font size of 20. For this particular view I'm going to add a style, and we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 10, or let's make it 20. Here let's make 25 the font size. I think that's much better. Next we'll add a text for the explanation. So we already have the field called explain. So same thing, I'm gonna copy, we'll paste it here, and here we'll just say explain. Perfect. Obviously for this one as well we are gonna add a style. First font family as outfit, then font size of 20, and we'll also give margin top to, let's say, 7. Now for the background, right, let's make the background as a white. So here we'll say background color as colors dot white, then we'll make this as a flex to 1. Perfect. Next, if the given content has the code or example, so for that one as well we need to add some area, some section, right? So over here we'll add a view, or let's add a text only. So we'll add a text, and here simply let's add this, but instead of this one we'll add a code. Okay, now this one don't have code, but let's add an example as well, and this one don't have example. Okay, this one has an example. Okay, so let's add a external styling which we are going to apply for both of them. Okay, here we'll say code example container, or text, we'll say text, and this we want to apply something like this. So styles dot code example text, same thing I'm going to copy for the example as well. Here we'll add a padding, let's say 15. Then we're going to add a background color, we'll say colors dot let's add a background gray for now. Then we'll make around make a border radius to 15, and font size, font family, let's add font family to outfit, and font size to, let's say, 18. Okay, and that's how our example will look like. Also let's give margin top to 10, let's make it 15. Okay, now just before this one, or for this particular, if it has a code, then along with that one I'm going to add a background color. So here I'm going to change this background color to black. Okay, so we don't have black color, so let me add a black color over here, and here now we'll say a black. Perfect, right? Now if it don't have code, right, so we don't want to display this, so simply I'm going to add a condition. If it's there, then only show it, otherwise don't show. See, okay, And same thing I'm gonna do over here. If the example is there, then only show the example, otherwise don't show it. Perfect. And if you want, you can add a text, and here we'll say example, or for now I will leave as it is. Okay, perfect. And the last, we want to add a button. So over here we'll add a button. To this button we'll add a text, we'll say next. Then on press we'll simply going to add or set current page with the current page +1. And I think that's all we needed. Let's save this one. And now if you see, we have this button. If I click on this button, it will go to the next, and if you see, the progress bar also updating accordingly. Cool, right? But the thing is, at the last, right, we don't want to show next button. Instead of that one, we want to show a finish button. So for that one, before that, let's bring this, or let's put this button at the bottom of the screen. So let's wrap this button in a view. And then I will add a style. Here I will make position as absolute. Okay, then I want to put this on the bottom of the screen, so we'll say bottom to 0. Then we'll make a width to 100%, and then we'll put left to, let's say, 25, something like this. Okay, let's put bottom to, let's say, 10, so little bit space. Perfect. Now on the click of next, it will go to the next page. Now for the finished one, right, first we need to get the logic of this one. So first we'll check if length is matches or not. So over here I'm going to add a condition. If length is not equal to current page, or we'll say length -1 is not equal to current page, then it will show the next. Otherwise it will show another button. So here we say button. Let me close this. And okay, so we don't need this one. We'll say text as finish. Okay, and on press we'll say on chapter complete, and inside that obviously we're gonna call this method, so we'll mention it over here, something like this. And here we're gonna write a logic. We'll save chapter complete, and then we'll go back. Okay, so that's two things we are going to add. But before that, let's test this out. So if I go to the next page, then next, then we have the finish, and after finish obviously nothing is happening because this method we are going to call. One more important thing, if you see, we have the code but it's not visible. The reason is we need to change the color, because current color is by default black. So for this text we added the black background, but along with that we'll add a color with the colors dot white. Okay, and now if you see, it's visible. Now on the after chapter is finished, then we need to save the updated or the completed chapter information. So over here we'll say await update doc. Make sure to import from the Firebase Firestore. Here the document with the DB reference and the collection name. So it is courses. I will just verify once that it's courses with a C capital. Okay, and then after that we need to provide a document ID, which we already have. Okay, and after that we'll say the field which you want to update. If the field does not exist, then it will create a new field and it will update. So over here we'll create a new field called completed chapter, and then here we'll say array union. Now array union is kind of pushing a new element to the array, to the existing array. Okay, and inside that I'm gonna put the chapter index. Okay, let's make this as async. and then save it. And that's how you need to do it. Okay. After that, once it is done, if you want, you can add the loader as well. I think let's add a loader, comma set loader is equal to use state. Initially, I will make this false, and once user start saving the chapter, we'll set the loader as a true, and once it's finished, we'll set the loader as a false, and simply we'll navigate it. So here, I don't think so we have router, so let's define the router is equal to use router from the Expo Router, and simply over here we'll say router dot push, or you can make it replace. Okay, that will be good idea. And then you can navigate to course view page. Okay, and I think that's all, but only thing, as we are using loader, right? So for a finish, you can pass the loader value. So loading as a loader, I think we use loader, that's fine. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So I go to the next, then finish, and if you see, we have the loader, and as soon as it's completed, it will navigate it. Right now I think it look like we might have error. Okay, so let me see what we did not imported. So it looked like everything is there. Okay, that's because we don't have the document ID, because we added manually, right? Let's refresh the screen and then we'll check. Okay, so if the issue is still persists, then we need to check it out. So let me go to this course. Now we might have the core document ID now. If I go to the next and finish, okay, and it's still saving, and it's not supposed to take this much time. Okay, it means we have some issue while saving the record. Okay, so the problem over here is here in the document ID, we are trying to access the document ID from the item.document ID, which is incorrect. So we have to get it from the course dot document ID. Okay, because our document ID is at the root place. So if you see, this is the course, and inside that we have this document ID. So make sure to get that one. And now let's test this out. Also make sure, as here we are replacing the route, but make sure to just go back, okay, and save it. Now if I go to this page, click next, and click finish, you will see now our chapter is finished, and we redirect it to this previous page, okay, or chapter view page. And over here you will see the completed chapter. Perfect, right? Let's try for the second one. So over here I will go to the second chapter, I will go to the next, click next, and then finish. Now once you finish, you will see the new record get added with 0 and 1. Cool, right? Now the next part is we need to show whether the chapter is completed or not with some icon. Okay, so instead of this play button icon, we want to show the checkbox or check mark icon. So inside our chapter, let's go to this course view, and under that we have course view, the chapter, right? So inside the chapter, here we have the play button icon. Here we're going to check if the completed chapter has this index, then we can mark it as a completed one. Okay, so simply I'm going to write a method over here first. So here we'll say constant is chapter completed, and here I'm going to pass the index. Okay, so inside that we'll check constant is completed is equal to course dot completed chapter. So here we have the completed chapter. Okay, so course dot completed chapter dot find, here we'll say item, with an item is equal to the index. If it matches, then we'll simply return is completed. If it's true, then we'll mark it as a true, otherwise we can say it false. Now this is completed chapter, we can mark over here, and if the completed chapter is true, we're going to show a check mark, otherwise we're going to show the play button icon. Okay, so let's get the icon. So here we'll say check, and we can use, let's use this one, or you can use this one as well, and let's put it here. Okay, now instead of black you can give the green color as well. Let's test this out first. So let's save it, and let me go back, let me refresh the screen first. And if I go over here, so it not look like it's getting. So the problem is we forgot to pass the index value, because each chapter completed is accepting the index value, right, in order to check it. And now if you see, we are able to show this icon, it's showing as a completed one. And in order to update the color, I'm gonna simply add a green color, which I already added inside our colors. So we have colors dot green, and this is how it looks like. Now here we need to make some quick update. So whenever we go to this any course and we complete any chapter, right, so let's go to the finish, and then obviously it's updating to our database, but over here it's not reflecting immediately, because we are just what are the courses we have, we are just pushing that course, passing to this next page, and if you see, still did not replace until unless you are not refreshing your complete application or this course list. The question is, how can we update this? So to update it, first let's go to this app, and for the course view we are going to add a nested or dynamic route. Now when I say the dynamic route, it means your route can be changeable. So let's say you have this course view route, and then we're gonna pass a course ID, which is nothing but a document ID. Now this course ID can be anything. Let's say this course ID be 132 or 475, right? Now this route can change anytime, and that's why it's called a dynamic route. And this is now possible inside the Expo React Native application with the help of Expo Router. So to implement it, first go to the course view, and inside this course view we'll add a dynamic route. So in order to add dynamic route, you need to add with the square bracket, and then you can add the name of that particular folder. So we'll say course ID, right? And now simply I will drag this index.jsx inside this course ID. Okay, and that's all you need to do. So make sure to update your all the imports. Okay, and let's save this page. And if I go to this, obviously right now nothing is happening. Okay, but now inside the course view, not course view, but inside the course section. So let's go to this component home and course list. On the click of this course view, so let's go to the course view. Here we're gonna pass the document ID. So here we say item dot document ID. Okay, so along with the course view we also have the document ID, and in order to get this document ID, okay, let's go to the course view page. So inside this course view index.jsx, along with the course parameter, you can access this course ID, nothing but the document ID, using this course ID. So whatever the folder name which you give for this dynamic route, right, that name you need to add over here. Okay, and if you see, let's print the course ID and save it inside the console. If I click any of this course, so let's refresh this first, because we added this dynamic route, so your app need to refresh it. And if I click on this one, now you will see the course ID, which is nothing but the document ID. Okay, and now once you have this document ID, here we're gonna add a condition, not condition, but here we're gonna add a method, get course by ID. Now this method will help us to fetch the course by ID. Okay, now let's say document, let's say constant document reference is equal to await get doc because we want to fetch just only one document, right? So we'll say get doc, the document, then the DB reference. So here we need to add an import statement for the DB from the config/firebase config. Then we need to add a collection name, and then we need to add the document ID, which is nothing but the course ID, right? And that's all you need to do. Here I will make this as async, and then we'll get, in order to get the data, here we'll say course data is equal to document reference dot data. Now here make sure to import this get doc as well as the document as well. And now if I type this, you will see the suggestion as well. Now we have this course data, obviously, which is fetching directly from the database, right? So over here we need to call the use effect, and obviously we need to call this method, okay, only when we have the we don't have the course param. So let's pass the course ID here for now, okay. Here I am going to add a condition. If course params, if it's not there, right, then we'll simply call get course by ID, okay. But if it's there, then we need to set the value. So we are not using directly these JSON params, directly the course constants, rather we'll define the state. So we'll define the set course is equal to use state, and then here we'll set the course value using json.parse and then course params, okay. So that's how we set it. And over here for the return, whenever the course data is available, then only render the flat list. So I think we are good now. And here as well we need to set the course with the course data, okay. So we have this course data, and once we have this method call, then we're gonna show it. So when you jump from this home screen, right, it will not fetch data from the database, okay. It will just use the data which we pass it. Now let's save everything. Now let's go to the chapter view inside the index.jsx. On the chapter complete, instead of just going back to the previous screen, here we'll use router dot replace, and then we'll add a the course. We'll navigate to the course view slash the document ID. Now in this case, the document ID nothing but our course ID, okay. Let's save everything and let's try to finish this particular chapter. So we'll click next and finish. Once it finished, boom, if you see, it's reloaded with the updated data, and without anything it's marked as a completed chapter. And in this case you don't need to refresh the data as well. Cool, right? So that's how you need to make some changes. Obviously while implementing at the start you can update this one, but for the understanding purpose I went step by step so that you can understand this particular concept called dynamic routing and why and when it is necessary. Now let's update the progress. Once user completed some chapter, we need to update it on this progress bar, right? Right now we hard coded the value and we did not update anything. Along with that one, first thing we need to add to pull to refresh option, where user can update the home screen whenever he made some changes. So let's go to the home page. So on inside the tabs we have this home.jsx, and here we use the flat list. Now inside the flat list we have option called on refresh. Now on refresh will on the click of or on the on refresh method we can call this get course list method, okay. And along with the on refresh you need to add refreshing property as well. Now this refreshing property will accept whether the data is getting loading or not. So simply we'll define the loading state, and here I will initially make it false. Now whenever the get course list call, we'll set the loading as a true, and once we have the data we'll set the loading as a false, and this loading we're gonna pass to the refreshing. So we are just telling to this flat list that you can start refreshing the data as the loading is true, and once it's false, then don't show it. Let me show you the live demo now. Now if I pull to refresh this one, right, you will see that we are getting this pull to refresh option, and as soon as I start refreshing, you will see that scroll, that progress or maybe loader, right, and that time it means loading is true, and once it's vanished, it means loading is false. Now when we do the pull to refresh, it means we are getting the updated data from the database. Now let's go to this progress component. So inside the component folder where we have home, inside that we have course progress. Now here as well we are getting the updated data, right, updated course list. Now we're going to write a method to calculate the completed chapter. So here we'll say constant get completed chapters, or we can say percentage, whatever. First we'll say constant completed chapter. We'll get the completed chapter first using course list dot completed chapter dot length. Okay, now it will return the completed chapter length, whether user completed 2 chapter or 3 chapter, and then we'll calculate constant percentage is equal to completed chapter divided by total chapter length. So here we say course list, course list dot chapters dot length. Okay, and once we have the percentage, we'll simply return the percentage. Now this method we're gonna call to our progress bar. Okay, so instead of this progress, we're gonna simply call this method and then save it. So okay, over here we need to make some small update. So for the get completed course, right, we need to pass each course, and then from that one we need to calculate. So instead of course list, we'll just use the course dot completed chapter dot length and course dot chapter dot length, and also over here we're gonna pass the course. Okay, now if I save this one, let's see what's the issue. So it's saying property course does not exist. So over here, instead of course, we need to pass an item, because we need to get the progress for each of the item. Okay, now if I go, if you see, now it's showing complete or full progress bar. Okay, because we completed all the chapter. So if I go to this Python 101, you will see we have all the completed chapter. That's why it's showing. Now we have this hard coded value. It's saying 3 out of 5 chapter completed. So over here we'll now show actual value. So simply we'll say item dot completed chapter dot length. Okay, and make sure the length, and here I'm gonna put item dot chapters dot length, and now if you see, it's saying 3 out of 3 chapter completed. Cool, right? Let's test this out for this second course. So if I go to the second course, and let's finish the first course only. So I will go to the next and finish. And now if you see, it mark it as a finish. If I go back, right, let's go back to the previous screen and refresh the screen, you will see now it's showing 1 out of 3 chapter completed. How cool, right? And that's how you can update it. Obviously I also completed one more chapter from this React Native. So if I go to this React Native, here I completed 1 chapter, and that's why it's showing you completed 1 out of 5 chapter, because this one has the 5 chapter. Okay, and if the length, if it's there, otherwise it will show 0. Now in this case, if user did not complete any chapter, then it will show 0 out of 5 chapter completed. Now let's give some beautiful effect to our home screen. Currently our home screen looks a white background and something is missing, right? It looks like something is not there. So in order to fix this, simply we are going to add one background. Okay, so for that one, let's first simply go to this SOFTR, just search on the Google, and then you will find this link called SVG Wave Generator. Just simply click on this one, and if you see, we have this beautiful wave generated, right? Now this kind of wave we want to create. Now obviously I will just reverse this one and we'll select the color. So first I will select the little dark blue color, and then I will select some light blue color, something like this, see? Okay, and once it's ready, you can even change this wave type, okay, how much you want. Then you can even add a double wave as well, okay? So let's add double wave. So over here I will just change this color, and here you have option to change this size, change this width as well. But if you want to keep one, you can even keep that one as well. And here you can just change the height according to your requirements, and then once you satisfied, just download the PNG file. Now simply copy it and paste that PNG file inside your images, okay? So we gave it name as a wave.png file. Now simply go to the home.jsx page, and inside here I am going to add one view, and we'll wrap this inside view inside that particular view, okay? And simply I'm going to add an image. So over here we'll say image source. So make sure to import this image from the React Native. Then we'll say source, and then we'll access that view file. So we'll say assets/images/wave.png. Now if I save it, you will see no change, but at the top we have this wave, right? Now obviously over here I will add a style, and we'll change this position to absolute, okay? So now it is on the top of the image. Currently it's not showing because we give this style with a flex and background as a white, right? So we'll remove this one, and let's try to paste it here, and let's see, nothing is happening, right? So I will remove it completely for now and then save it. Also for this view, if you see, we have the background and white, okay? So maybe that's the reason it was not showing. And now if you see, we have this beautiful background, right? Now obviously for this one you can add a width to 100% and then height. So height is depends on how much size of wave do you want, okay? You can increase the height, decrease the height, it's up to you how much you want that particular curve and everything, okay? If I remove, so this is how it will look like. I will keep height default one, okay? And then it will give a nice effect to your application. Now once you satisfy with this one, you can change this color to white, okay? So I will just simply go to this header section, and wherever we have this text, we'll change this to a white color. So we'll simply say colors dot white, okay? And I will just copy paste for other. Then inside the progress as well, we'll update this. So for the progress text, we'll add, and I think that's all we needed. Perfect. Now for this horizontal scroll, right, currently we have the gray color. Here I will change to white, so it's look much better now, okay? Now one more last important thing, that if you remember, we remove this background color, right? So let's update that one. So inside the home, instead of applying background color over here, I will just cut it from here, and for this particular view we'll add it and save it, okay? And I think now we are good. Perfect. Now we have this beautiful background color. Now it's time to implement the practice section. Whenever user click on the quiz, flashcard or question answer, we want to navigate to the new screen. On this one, obviously we want to show this banner section along with the type of practice. It means either it's a quiz, flashcard or question answer. Then we want to show grid depends on the course along with the course name, and obviously we want to add the this icon depends on the type again. And if user click on the quiz, then it will navigate to this quiz section page. If user navigate to the flashcard, then it will navigate to the flashcard, and so on. So let's go back to our application, and inside this app folder we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a practice. Inside that I'm going to add a dynamic route and we'll name it as a type, and inside that we'll add index.jsx file. Now let's add a default template, and here I will rename this to practice type home. Okay, or we'll say home screen. Okay, little meaningful. And now save it. Now obviously on the click we want to navigate on this particular page, so obviously we need to add on press event. So simply go to this components folder, under that we have home, and inside that we have this practice section. In that one, inside the flat list, make sure for this view we'll change this to touchable opacity, and then we're gonna add on press event. Okay, make sure to close this tag as well, and make sure to add a router as well. So here we'll add a router from the use router so that we can navigate to that particular screen. So here we'll add a router dot push, and then we'll add practice slash the user selection. So it depends on what user selecting. So here we'll say item dot name, and then save it. Now if I click on quiz, okay, so if we add new route, make sure to reload your application. And now if I click on this quiz, it will navigate to that practice type home screen, right? Perfect. Now let's go to this index.jsx file, and inside here at the top we want to show the banner, which is depends on what user selected. So over here we need to accept that. So here we'll say type is equal to use local search params, and then we need to get an option. So here we'll say option is equal to, and depends on the type we can just simply get the option value. So obviously we already have the practice option from this constant dot option, and here we'll say dot find, and in that one we'll say item. If item dot name is matches with the type, so it will get that particular option. Okay, now we have the option value, and first thing now we are going to add a banner. So simply we'll add an image source, and we'll say image assets option dot image, and close this tag, and then save it. So basically we don't need to use this image assets because in option.image we already have the banner image. So let's save this one, and now if you see we have that image as well. Now let's apply some style, and let's give height, let's say 240, and I will also add a width to 100%. Okay, perfect. Let's make this 200 and let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. Okay, next on the top of that one we want to add the text called the quiz, or depends on what user selected, right? So here I'm gonna add a view, and simply I'm gonna add a text, and inside the text we'll say the type. Okay, and if you see the type is showing as a quiz. For this view I'm gonna add a style, and we'll make position absolute because I want this text on the top of the image. Then for this view we'll add a padding to 10, and for this text let's add a style. Here we'll add a font family as outfit bold, then we'll add a font size to 25, or I'll make it 35, and we'll add a color as well. So color to colors dot white. Perfect, right? Also we want to add a back button. So over here let's get the back button icon. So from the INI icon, I will just use this back button. Back. So let's select the one. So I will use this arrow back. First import this component and then we'll use this INI icon as well and save it. Okay. Now let's bring everything in one line. So here we'll say display flex and then we'll give flex direction as row and then we'll also give some gap to 10. We'll make align item to be in the center, so it will be vertically center. Here make sure it's a gap. Perfect. Okay. For this INI icon, I'm going to add some style. So here we'll say style. We'll add a background color. Let's say colors dot gray. Okay, and we'll add some padding over here. Let's say 8. Also we'll add a border radius to let's say 10 and let's make, instead of gray, let's make it white and let's see how it looks. I think this is much better, right? And that's all I wanted. Now we, on the click of this back button, we want to navigate to the previous screen. So you need to define the router. And this router, okay, make sure it's importing from the Expo Router and then you can simply add an on click event to this particular one. So here we'll say pressable on press and we'll add navigate to the back on the click of that back button. And that's all, and then save it. Now next, obviously if you check this mockup, here we need to show the course information, right? So this is the only course name we are fetching, and later on obviously whatever is inside the course like quiz, flashcard, we need to pass to the new screen, depends on what user select. So let's get the course information first. So over here I'm going to write a method, will say get course list and the arrow function. Now here we'll say constant query queue, then we'll say query, make sure you are importing from the Firebase Firestore. Then inside that mention the collection, then the DB reference. So every time I need to import this DB, so let's import it from the config folder and Firebase config. Once you define this DB, here you need to mention the collection name from which you want to get the all your courses, and then you need to add a where clause. So I don't know whether query is okay. Make sure to import this query and the collection as well. Now inside the where we'll write a condition. Let me bring this down. So over here we'll say created by, and we'll say is equal to matches with the user's email. So in order to get the user email, you just write, you can get it from the hook. So here we'll say user detail is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Okay, and then save it. Now let me import this user detail context hook. From context / user detail context. Now from the user detail we'll get the email, because inside our database we have the field called created by, and in that one we are saving the user's email. So simply we'll say user detail dot email. Okay, and this is our query is now ready. Next we'll say constant query snapshot is equal to await get docs. So in this case make sure it's a get docs, so because we are fetching a multiple document, and then pass this query as this is await. So make sure to make this particular method as asynchronized, and then Once we have the query snapshot, here we'll use for each loop. Here we have document, and inside that we'll simply console the doc.data. Okay, now first we'll console and we'll check whether we are getting data or not. So inside the use effect, we'll call this method. So whenever the user detail is available, then only we're gonna call the use effect. So here we'll say user detail and then the method call. Let's save it and let's see whether we are getting data or not. So, and if you see, we got the data. Perfect, right? Now when the server is fetching data, right, we need to show some kind of loading on the home screen. So here we'll say the constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make it as a false. Now when get course started, we'll make loading as a true, and once it is ended, we'll set loading as a false. Now here you can show the activity indicator. So maybe after this one we can show it. So over here we'll say if loading is true, and then only we will show the activity indicator. Make sure you're importing from the React Native. Here we'll add a size as a large and the colors dot primary. Okay, I think by default it's a primary only, but I will make sure it's a primary color. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see, we have this activity indicator, right? Let's give some style. So here we'll add a style and we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 150. Perfect. Okay, and I think if you want to add more things, you can add it. I will keep it simple. Now after that, we need to show the list of all the course. So basically I'm going to create a component for that one. So inside the component folder, here we'll add practice screen, and inside this practice screen I'm going to add course list dot JSX. So you might confuse with the other one. So here we say course list grid dot JSX. Okay, here let's add a default template, and now I'm going to import that inside this index.jsx file. Course list grid. Now to this course list grid, we need to pass the course list. Okay, so whatever course list we fetch. So first, obviously we are not saving yet. So let's create a new state in order to save the course list, and simply make sure it's empty initially. And over here we'll say set course list as previous value, then the spread operator with the previous value, and then the new value. We'll comment this console, and also we'll set the course list as a false. Okay, I will wrap this in a try catch block. With the exception, here I will console the exception, and then we'll also set the loading as a false. Perfect. Now here is the thing. Okay, we got an error. So it's saying previous method is not callable. So inside the set course list, we have the use state. That's correct. Okay, so over here we need to make it empty, not a false. Okay, so that error is coming. Now if I go to the quiz, okay, obviously nothing is showing on the screen except the course list grid component. Now currently we are fetching all the data, right, and it is not in the order of the created on, because we want to show the latest created course at very first. So over here you can pass the order by clause. So here we'll say order by from the Firebase Firestore, and then inside that you can say the on which field you want to do it. So here is I'm gonna add the created on field and the descending order. Now we already have the field called created on. Okay, so if I go over here, we have this created on, and obviously the latest one now will come first. Let's save this one, and then you will see that we might get an error. Okay, so over here it's saying the query require an indexing. Okay, and simply click on this particular link, copy this link and open inside your Chrome browser. So what it will do, it will try to create the index for your database automatically. Okay, and if you see on that particular field with an order, it will create an index. Simply save this one and just wait for a few seconds in order to complete this index creation. It might take a minute or two, okay, to finish this. So I will pause the video in order to finish this index creation. And now if you see our status showing as enabled, now it's ready. Now if I go back to our application and now if I refresh it, and you might see the result inside the terminal. Maybe we need to refresh it. Let's go back and come to this screen again. So let me go back and click on quiz. Now if you see, it's showing this loader. Oh, I think we forgot to cancel it, so let's cancel it again. And now if you see, we got the result. Okay, now obviously the latest created course will come first. Now this course list you need to pass to this particular component. So here we'll say course list as course list. Now let's go to this course list grid, accept the course list here. Now from the course list also one more thing that I'm also going to share the option. Okay, so this option field as well as an option. Okay, now go to this option, and if you remember, we have this name and the image. Now along with that one, I'm going to also add an icon with a required field, and inside that I'm going to add, so let's make it as again assets /images /quiz.png file. Okay, which is the quiz icon. So I will copy paste for all of them and I will update it for other two later on. But now once we have this option as well, so that we can show that icon. Okay, and now inside here we'll use a flat list from the React Native. To this flat list I'm going to provide the data as a course list. Then we'll render the item. We'll say item comma index. The arrow function here will define a view. Let's define a key as index, and inside here we'll add an image from the React Native. Here we'll provide a source, and simply we'll provide option. So make sure it's an option only, not a S. So I will remove this S and we'll say option dot icon. Okay, now once you save it, you will see this image obviously is too big, so we'll provide a style, and for now let's give 100 width as 100 and height as 100. Perfect. Now for this flat list I want to make number of column as 2. Okay, and let's save this one. Obviously when you change the number of column for the flat list, you have to reload your application, so just reload it. And for this flat list, in meantime I'm going to add padding, let's say 20. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go to this quiz, and boom, if you see, now we have the grid with this column. Perfect. Now for this particular view, let's add some style. So here we'll say style, and first thing we need to add is flex to 1. Okay, after that we'll make display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then we'll say item or align item to be in the center. Let's make justify content in the center, or not sure. Perfect. Okay, now it is in center of the screen. For the width, now instead of 100 I can mention the 100% as well, and then here you can mark object fit to content. Next, after this image I want to show the course title. So inside the text I'm gonna add item dot course title. Okay, and if you see, now we have the course title Make sure the flex direction is not a row, actually it's supposed to be a column, so it will come below to this one. Now let's add some styling. So here we'll add a padding to, let's say, 15, the background color as colors dot white, then we'll add some margin, let's say 7. I will also make a border radius, let's say 15, and you can add the elevation to, let's say, 1. For this text, let's add some style. So for here we'll say a font family as outfit, then we'll make text align in the center, and let's make it center, and I think let's give margin top to 7 as well. For the height, I'm going to change this to, let's say, 17, little smaller, and that's how our quiz grid is ready. A quick small decoration I'm going to add. So here I'm going to add a check mark icon. So here we have check. I will copy this check mark circle, and we're gonna simply paste it inside this course list grid just above this image, okay, and then save it. Now make sure to import this icon component, and again it will restart. So now click on quiz, and now we have this icon, right? Now obviously this particular icon we're going to use whenever user complete that particular quiz. Now for that one, the default color I'm going to put as colors dot gray, and I want this, let's position it. So I will add a style, will add a position as absolute first, and we'll make top to 10 and then left to 10, something like this, okay. Make it 20, perfect. Now obviously once user finish it, then it will show it as a completed one. So instead of left, let's make it right. So most of time is on the right hand side. Yeah, this looks good to me now. Now one last important thing, when you click on the flashcard, right, currently it's still showing the quiz icon only, because you need to update that inside your option.jsx. Now I updated the icon for the flashcard and the question answer as well. Now if I go to this flashcard, automatically it will detect that icon and then it will display like this. So this is the icon I added, and for the question answer I added something like this, okay, cool. And obviously you can access all the assets for free. I'm going to share the link in the description so that you can check it out. Now let's implement the quiz screen. When user click on any of the course quiz, then we are going to redirect it to a new screen where user can see each question along with the 4 options, and inside the database, if you see, we also have the correct answer, the option and the question, okay, and depends on that one we're gonna show one by one. At the top we have a back button, how many questions user completed out of total questions, and then we gonna show this beautiful progress bar as well, okay. And then on this white card we're gonna add the question and answer, okay. At the bottom we have the next button, and at the end of this particular quiz we're gonna show the result as well. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab, and inside this practice section only, not here, let's go to the app folder. Inside this practice you can create a new folder called quiz. Inside that we'll add index.jsx file, and then simply add default template. Here we'll rename this to quiz and then save it. Now inside here, when user navigate it, we need to pass the selected course information or quiz information, okay. Obviously we are going to pass all the course information. So here we'll say constant course params is equal to use local search params. Let's save this one, and whenever you click on this any of the course, we want to navigate to this particular page. So simply I will go to this practice screen. Inside that we have this course list grid, and here in order to add a touchable of the press event, right, we need to convert this into a touchable opacity. We'll add on press event. Make sure to close this tag, and then I will also gonna add a router. So here we'll define the use router, and then we'll navigate it. So simply we'll navigate. So basically we'll create a method actually. Okay, so over here we'll say constant, and inside that we'll say on course or on option on press, we'll say just on press, something like this. Okay, so here we'll say on press, and inside that we pass the item. Now this item nothing but the course information, so here I will accept it as a course. And then if the option dot name is equal to quiz, then we'll navigate to that particular route. So here we say route dot push. Obviously we want to go to that particular path which is /quiz, and then we want to send the parameter. Here we'll say course params is equal to whatever the course we want to save. So that course information we are going to pass. Let's save this one, and obviously we added a new route called quiz, so we need to reload our application. So just reload it, and now if I go to the quiz and go any of the course, then it should navigate to the quiz screen. So right now it's not navigating, so maybe option dot name. Let me see the what are the option it's coming. So it's a with a double Z, so I will just update this one. Okay, so it's supposed to be only one Z only, and now if I press this, it will navigate to the quiz screen. See, okay. Now also we have the course params, but make sure that you will convert this course into a stringify first. So I will make this json.stringify, and over here we'll say constant course is equal to json.parse, and then course param. So we'll convert back into a JSON format. Now let's save everything, and if you want you can also pass the option as well. So here we have an error. Obviously make sure to reload this, okay, because we did not pass from here as a string, and so that's we need to reload your application so that you will not get this error anymore. And now if I go to the quiz, and then we don't have that error. Perfect. Next here let's add a background image. So inside that we'll say image. From the React Native we'll add a source, and inside the require we'll give a path called assets/images/wave.png. okay, I'm going to add a background image with a wave, something like this. That's look beautiful, but let me add some style, and here we'll give some width, let's say 500, or let's make it 800, and we'll make width to 100%. Perfect, something different, right? Now at the top we want to show a back button as well as how many chapters are completed. So over here first we'll add a view, and inside the view again I'm gonna add a view here. I want to add a back button, so we'll add a touchable or make it pressable only. So pressable, inside that we want to add a back button icon. So I will get this icon from our Expo icon, and I will search with a back. We'll use this icon because we use it everywhere, and we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import this INU icon and then save it. I will change this color to simply white, and now obviously you need to put it on the top of this image. So for this view I will mark this position as absolute. Then I will give padding to, let's say, 25, and now we have this back button at the top. On the right hand side, as I say, we want to show how many or on which number the question is going on, right? That question number we want to show along with the total questions. So inside this view I will add a text. Inside this obviously we'll say, for example, 0 of 10 question, or not like this. Obviously this is just a text, okay? So you can mention 0 of, let's say, 5, okay, something like this. See, now let me add some style here. We'll make display as a flex. Let's make flex direction as a row, and we'll make justify content space between, and let's add align item in the center. Perfect. Now we want this on the right hand side, so we'll add a style. Here we'll add a font family as outfit bold. We'll add a font size of 25, and let's add, okay, so we already added the space between. So if you see, the justify content space between is not applicable because our view position is absolute. So here you need to provide the width to 100%. Okay. Now for this text I will add a color as colors dot, let's say, white. Perfect. Okay. I think everything is good. If you want to change the size little bit, you can update the size as well. And then now we want to add a progress bar. So just after this view I am going to add another view with a progress. I don't know whether we have this progress bar here. Let's bring it from this React Native progress bar, because we already use it. You can just copy that same thing, and here I'm gonna add this. So we'll paste it here. Okay, perfect. Now we have this progress bar. Obviously you can add the width as a dimension dot get, and we'll say window, or you can say screen dot width into 0.85. Perfect. Now we want to change the color of this particular background of the progress bar, right? Now if I go to this documentation, here you will see some of the props, the color, the field color, or the border width, border color, and everything, right? Now let's update the color and we'll see whether it's working or not. So basically for this progress I'm going to provide a color, and I'm going to use a colors dot, let's say, green, and if you see, now it's showing green color. So but the green color is not showing that much dark. Let's use white. Perfect, right? So white is quite good. Also let's me update the border width, so and height as well. So let's update the height first. Here we'll say height, let's say 10, and now we have bigger height, and that's look much better. I will make it 8 or make it 10. Perfect. Now for this view we'll add a style, and then we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 10, or make it 20. Perfect. Now our progress bar is also ready for the quiz. Next we want to add a card, right? So for the card I'm going to add a view. Inside this view let's add a style, and I'm going to add a padding, let's say 20. Then I'm going to add a background color as colors dot white. Then let's give margin top first. So margin top to, let's say, 30, and we'll also add a height. So height I'm gonna calculate using this dimension, and let's see how it looks. So dimension dot get, then from the screen dot height into 0.7. Okay, something like this, see. And let's make it 65, and then I will also add a elevation to 1, up to 1. Perfect. Then we'll add a border radius to 25, or always make it 20 only. Perfect. And on that one we are going to add going to display the question and answer. And the last, obviously, we want to add a button. So after this view, I'm going to add the button. Now this button I am importing from our own button component from the shared. So here we'll say from component slash shared component, in that we have this button component, right? So that's how easily, once we make the reusable component, using it is quite easy, right? And inside the text we'll say next. Boom, right? Cool. Now obviously we need to add on press event to this button, but we will add it in a moment. Now inside the view we need to add or display the question one by one, right? And depends on the next button click, we want to show the next question, and then so on. Now first thing, we're gonna show the current index for the question. So here we say constant current index, we'll say comma set current index is equal to use step, and initially the current index is 0, or you can mention it as a page. Okay, so that will be easy actually, because previously also we used page, current page, and set current page. Now from the course, right, we need to just fetch the quiz. So over here I will use constant quiz is equal to course dot quiz. And if you go to our database, let me go to our database. So inside here, this is our course, and inside that we have the quiz, and this all the quiz list we wanted. So that's why I used the course dot quiz. And from the quiz, now we want to display the question. So basically inside this view I'm going to add a text, and we'll say quiz dot question, and let's see whether it's displaying or not. So basically in order to access the quiz, you need to pass the which number or index you need to get the value. So here you need to pass a current page and then the question, and now you got the question. Boom, right? If you want to add more padding, you will just add that padding. Now for this text I will add a style. Here we'll add a font size of, let's say, 20. Then we'll add a font family as outfit. We'll make it bold. Let's see how it looks. And let's make this 28, little bigger, or make it 25 only. Perfect. If you want, you can make text align in the center. So make text align in the center. Then we need to display the option. Now in order to display option, if you see here we have the array, right, for the options. So we basically, in order to access, we'll say quiz of current page dot options. So make sure it's an optional field again, and dot map. Inside that we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now let's add a view, and inside this view we'll add a text with an item only, right? Here I will add a key as an index and then save it. Now if you see, we have these 4 options. Now let's apply some style. Now inside that, here we'll add a padding of 15, then we'll add a border width to 0.3, and then we'll add a border radius to, let's say, 15. Perfect. Here we'll make more width, and for this text we'll add a font family as outfit and font size, let's say, 20. Perfect. And let's give some margin from the top. So here we'll say margin top to 7. Let's make it 8. Perfect. Also, if you want to give the elevation, let's say how it looks on the elevation. Oh, that's bad because we need to give background, so that's fine. And that's how our option is now ready. Okay. Now, if the user did not select the option, then we have to make sure we will not show this button. So here we're gonna define one state which will hold the user selected option. So here we'll say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. And whenever user click, we need to save it. So basically we need to convert this into touchable opacity from the React Native, and then we'll add on press event. To this on press event, I'm going to add set selected option with an index value only. Okay, because I don't want to add anything into that one for now. And then if selected option is there, so here we'll say and then only show this next button. Okay, right now if you see, the button is not visible anymore, right? But once user select it, then it is visible. See, so that's how you need to add it. Next thing, whenever user select any of the button, then we need to show it as a selected one. So we need to add some styling or conditional styling depend on the selection. So over here, let's add a border color, and for the border color, I'm gonna simply write a condition if selected option is matches with the index. The reason that this condition we are adding because we are just simply saving the selected index inside the selected option. Here we'll say colors dot green, otherwise will show null. Okay, and let's save it. Now if you see the selected one, and then it's showing this color as well. If you want, let me make this width 1, and I think that's much better now. Now along with that one, I also want to show light background color. Okay, so with a light green color, so let's add that. So inside the color, I will add a new light green color, and the color code I will add as DBFFDD. Okay, and let's simply add inside here. So I will add a background color as selected option is equal to index. Then only I want to add a background, sorry, the colors dot light green, and then save it. Okay, and if you see, whichever I select, so right now if you see something error we have, so let me click on this error. So that's weird. So here actually we need to add a condition, and then otherwise need to add a null, and now we have perfect result. Now at the top as well, we are going to show on which page is going on, right? And it should start with the number 1 2 3. So here we're gonna simply use current page plus 1 because current page will holding the value for us. Okay, now if you see, I selected this one, and on the click of next, we want to show the next question. So simply on the click of this next button, I'm going to add on press event, and simply will say set current page is equal to current page plus 1. But I have to make sure that this selected option should be a null. Okay, so I will add a double call, and here we'll say set selected option, and I will pass it as a null. So every time on the new screen, the selected option will be new. Okay, now if I click next, you will see I can able to select the new one. Perfect, right? Another thing that we need to update is the progress bar. So in order to add a progress bar, first we need to calculate the how much progress it's completed, right? So here we say constant get progress and the arrow function, and to this progress obviously we're going to pass the current page. Here we're going to simply write a logic. We say constant percentage is equal to current, let me add current page divided by quiz.length. Okay, and obviously this particular logic will return result between 0 to 1, and then we'll return this percentage. Now inside this progress, let's go to this progress, and here we'll pass it get progress, and then we'll pass a current page and then save it. Right now if I go to the next, okay, let me go back from the previous one. So I will go back to the screen. Let's open any of these, and now if I select one, I don't know why the button, okay, now click next. If I select any name, click next, and boom. Now right now if you see, if I select the first one, right, because this is the 0 one, right, and it consider, okay, the selected option 0, it again showing as a null or empty one, right? So basically you can either save selected option with a +1. So over here can just check the length, I don't know. So if I click here, I don't think this will work, or let's convert this into a string, because the now, yeah, now it works, see. Okay, if I go to the next, so again it's breaking, so maybe because of this one, maybe we add the optional field, it might work. And now after reload, it's working perfectly fine. Okay, so that's how guys you need to add it. Over here make sure you will convert into string, because if you save the selected option with the value 0, it will not detect whether the select option has any value, because it considers the 0 and null a kind of equal thing when it's coming to the if condition. Okay, but the most important thing that on this particular section, your progress bar is also working perfectly fine, and here we'll see the number, it's also increasing, depends on which question you are on and how many are left. Okay, next obviously there are some logic we need to add, because whatever the user selected, we need to save that all the selection, and at the end of the this quiz we need to show the result. Now let's save the user selection. So over here we'll create a method called constant on option select and the arrow function. Now inside here we're gonna pass the complete item, okay, or here we'll say choice. Now this on option select I'm going to attach whenever user click on this particular option. So along with this set selected option, I'm going to call this on option select, and then I'm going to pass that item. In that item obviously we have the questions and the correct answer and everything. Okay, so basically this item only contains this option. So what we can do, just pass the selected item. Okay, so here we'll say selected choice. Okay, and now we'll define one state called constant result comma set result is equal to use state, and inside this method we're gonna save all the user selection. Now simply we'll set the result value. Inside this we'll say previous and the arrow function. Now we want all the previous selected choice, along with the we want to use a current page, because this is a first element or second, right, like that, or first question or second question, and then in that one we're gonna say a user choice. Now user choice is nothing but the selected choice, which is the answer. Then we'll check over here only whether user give the correct answer or not, and we can directly save it. So using this quiz dot current page dot correct answer is matches with the selected choice. And if you see inside the database we already have this correct answer field, okay, which will tell you whether the answer is correct or not, and obviously it will return true and false. Then we're gonna pass a question as well, and obviously the question is nothing but this quiz dot current current page dot question, and the last we have the correct answer, so which is nothing but this correct answer. Okay, so all 4 fields that we are going to pass. If we need it later on, we can add it, but for now I think we are okay on this one. Let's save it, and for your purpose I'm going to console over here so that you can check the result. Now let's save it, and now let's give some answer. Okay, so here I give this answer, and I don't know, I just giving randomly, and if I switch it to some other, right, you will see inside the console the first element we have the correct answer. Okay, then is correct, obviously it's a false because we selected incorrect. Then we have the question as well and the user selection as well. Cool, right? So that's how we need to add all the field. Now if I go to the next question, we'll select some option, something like this, right? And at the last we need to make sure we need to show the finish button when the question is last question. So to do that, just scroll down, and here along with this option I'm going to add one more option. Here we'll say and, or we'll say or quiz dot length is greater than, or sorry, with -1 is greater than current page. Okay, then only show this button, or we can add a condition and condition actually. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go to the next, if you see we don't have button, let's select the option, and still we don't have button because this is the last question, and on the last question I want to show a finish button. So here we'll add a button, and for this button we're gonna add a text as finish. Obviously again we am going to add a condition. Here we'll say selected option dot toString, and let me wrap this, and quiz dot length is equal to current page. If everything is matches, so here now I will put and operator. Let me bring this button down, then only show the button. So here need to be a length -1, and now if you see, if I select this one, now finish button is showing on the screen, right? Perfect. Now on this finish button, so here we'll say on press, and here we'll say on quiz finish. Okay, now this method I'm going to call constant on quiz finish. Now on quiz finish we're gonna first save the result in database for quiz. Okay, and then we'll redirect user to quiz summary. Now on the quiz summary, obviously user can see how many answer he give correctly, how many is wrong, and all of this information. But before that we want to save it, save the quiz result. Obviously that quiz result we need to update. Actually we need to update that inside this quiz field only, or quiz object only. Now let's implement this save result in database for quiz first. So simply here we'll say await update doc, because we want to update the document. Inside that you need to provide a document, then the DB reference. Along with that one you need to provide a which collection you want to update, and the document ID which you want to update. Now we already have the course information, and in that course information we already have the course.doc ID field. Okay, and then after that you can just add over here, we'll say result, or we'll say quiz result with as a result. Now it's up to you what you want to save. I am saving all the user result along with this, all the choices and all the fields, right? So it's again object list. Okay, and that I'm going to save, so that in future if you want to get the history, you can get it from there. Let's save it and let's test this out. Over here I will just wrap this inside the try catch block with the exception. Also we'll define a loading. So here we say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make this false. When it finished, we'll set the loading as a true. Once it is completed, we'll set the loading as a false, and obviously inside the catch as well we'll set the loading as a false. Now this loading I'm going to pass to this button. So this button already have the loading param, and in that one I'm going to pass the loading. Okay, so it will show the loader as well. Now let's test this out. So here let's select the value. So it's saying which data structure is mutable. Oh, it's a Python one, so I will select some random option. Okay, just to verify that okay it's saving into the database or not. And now on the click of finish, if you will see, we have this beautiful loader, and then it's done. Now let's go back to the database, and here if you see we have the new field called quiz result, and inside that we have all the user choices like correct answer is correct, the question, and the user choice, and same for the other. Cool, right? So that's how guys you need to save the data into your database. Obviously we are not setting the data, we are just updating the document, otherwise you will lose all your document. Okay, so make sure you will update the document only. Now for the quiz summary, once user finishes a quiz, right, it will redirect it to the quiz summary page where user can see how many correct answer he gave, how many are wrongs, what is the total question, and each question along with the user's answer and the correct answer as well. Okay, this is the simple mockup. That's how it will look like. So let's go back, and first thing that we want to do, we want to create a new route. So inside this quiz folder only, I'm going to add a new file called summary.jsx. Let's add a default template, and I will just saying let's make it quiz summary, and then save it. Now inside this quiz index, whenever we click finish and the data is saved, then simply we'll redirect it. So we'll say router dot we'll replace it actually, and we'll redirect it with a value, but over here instead of this one we're gonna pass the path name, which is /quiz/summary, and then inside the param we want to pass this course param, not course param, but if I go to the, okay, let's ignore that, just we'll pass the result. Okay, so for now we'll say quiz result is equal to, is nothing but the result. Okay, so this only these things right now we are going to pass. If needed we can add it later on. Let's save this one, and let's go to this summary page. So for now let's open, oh so my bad, actually I just drag this over here. So let's give this quiz, and once we click finish it will save it, and then it will be redirecting. But obviously we added a new route, so we need to redirect this, we need to reload the application, and then again we need to give quiz, and now let's make finish, and now if you see it's redirected to the quiz summary page. Perfect. Now let's go to this quiz summary page and let's accept the quiz result. So over here we'll say constant quiz result is equal to use local search params. Okay, now we have the quiz result. Now as per the mockup we need to add a design. So first thing here I'm going to add an image. For a background I'm going to add the same wave. So here we'll say require /assets/images/wave.png. Okay, after that I'm going to add a style. We'll mark width 100% and then height to let's say 700. Then after adding this image, we'll add a view, and inside the view again we'll add one more view. Make sure this view will give a style with a position as absolute. Then we want to add a text, so maybe we can add over here, and we'll simply say quiz. We'll add a simple text called quiz summary. Okay, right now if showing at the top, for this particular view I will also add a width to 100, and we'll add a padding to let's say 35. For this text we'll make style, we'll align text into the center of the screen, we'll add a font family as outfit bold, and font size of let's say 30. Then not font, but we'll add a color to colors dot white. Perfect. Next I want to add an we already have the view, so for this view let's add a style, and inside this view first let's add an image with a source, and we'll use one trophy image which I already have inside the assets folder, images / trophy .png. Let me check those spelling first. So inside the assets we have this trophy, so phy. Let's save this one, and if you see we have this big trophy image, so obviously we need to apply some style. We'll add a width, let's say 100, height 200. Perfect. Now for this view I'm going to add a background color as colors dot primary. We'll also add a padding to let's say 20. So instead of primary we want to add white, not primary. Okay, something like this. Then we'd add a border radius to 20, and I want this okay, let's move this a little bit down first, something like this, and I want this particular image at the top and in the center. Okay, so first we'll make display flex, and then align item in the center. Then for this image, right, we want at the top, so here we'll say margin top to let's say -30. Okay, let's make it 60, something like this, say. And here I will add more margin from the top. Perfect. Next, here I'm gonna write a text called congratulations. Perfect. This particular text we want to display only if user has the correct answer more than let's say 70% or 80%, right? So that's how we need to first calculate it. So once we get the quiz result, here we gonna check how many are correct one. So simply we'll add a constant, we'll say calculate result and the arrow function. Okay, first we'll check how many are correct. So simply here we'll say constant correct answer is equal to quiz result dot for each. Okay, so one more important thing over here, we forgot that when we pass this quiz result, this need to be in the form of JSON, in the form of string. So make sure to convert this into a string, and then here we'll say or let me say quiz result param, and here we'll say quiz result param, and then we'll say result, make it quiz result is equal to JSON dot parse quiz result param. Okay, so as you know that we need to pass data from one screen to other in the form of string, and then if needed we need to convert it into JSON. Okay, that's what we did over here. And then now we can use quiz result dot for each item, and here we'll say or let's do one thing. Here we'll just filter this out. Okay, so quiz result dot filter, inside that we'll say item, and then if item dot is correct is equal to true. If this matches that, then we'll get all the correct answer inside this one. Okay, so here obviously I'm going to add the correct answer as well, and this particular method we're gonna call inside the use effect. So let's call this method over here. Okay, now let's save everything and let's test this out. So I will go to this quiz, and obviously we need to give quiz again. So here I'm giving this quiz, and let's say finish, and here we are getting the correct answer, if you see. But the thing is, make sure that we added this object.entry, because this is not an array of object. Okay, so let me show you how it will actually look like. So this is the start with this curly braces. It's just a list, okay, with an object, but not array of object list. So that's the reason you need to make sure to start with the object.entry, and then you need to pass this quiz result. Obviously in the filter it has two value, one is a key and other is value, and then you need to write value is correct, then only get the correct answer. Okay, so now we have the correct answer. Then and in order to get the total, here we'll say, let's say constant total question is equal to, then you need to write object.key, and then quiz result dot length, and it will give the total question. Okay, let's save it, and obviously this all the information we're gonna save in database. So in one state. So here we'll say constant correct answer comma set correct answer is equal to use state, and also we'll define one more. Here we'll say constant total question comma set total question is equal to use state. Okay, so initial value for both it's a 0, and once we calculate, so here we'll say correct answer, I will put underscore. Okay, just I don't want mismatch in the wording. So here now we'll say correct answer will be the correct answer dot length, and set total question will be the total question. Okay, because we are already calculating the length over here. Perfect. Now let's save it, and let's go over here. For this congratulation we'll add a style. Here we'll add a font size, let's say 20, font family as outfit, and font let's make it outfit bold. Now here we're gonna just check constant get percentage mark, we'll say percentage mark. Okay, and it will just simply return the correct answer divided by total question into 100, and this percent mark we're gonna use over here. So we'll say correct percent mark is greater than, let's say 60%. Okay, so it's greater than 60. Then we're gonna show text called congratulations. Other, here we'll say try again. Okay, here let's make question mark, let's save it, and if you see right now I did not answer more than 60%, so it's saying try again. Here I will make this 26 little bigger. Perfect. Next we're gonna add one more text, and here we'll say use code you gave here. Inside that we'll say percentage mark correct answer. Okay, and 60% correct answer, 20% correct answer. So if you see right now it's saying you gave 20% correct answer. Okay, and also for complete this result here we'll make to fix to let's say 0. For this text we'll add a style. We'll say font family as outfit. Then we'll add a color with colors dot gray. Perfect. Let's add a font size little bit, let's say 17. Okay. After this we want to show how many question are there, how many correct answer and how many are wrong. So maybe we can add one view, and inside that I will add one more view and we'll say question and we'll say total question. So total question. Okay. Okay, so obviously we need to wrap it inside the text, so something like this. Let's add a style. We'll add a font family as outfit, and let's do one thing. Let's add an external styling because we want to use this one, and I will just rename give the class name as a result text. Make sure to import the style sheet. Inside that we'll say font family as outfit, and here I will just attach that one. So style dot result text. Let's save this one. Now for this view, so here we'll say result text container, and we'll simply add a padding to let's say 7, and I will attach to this one style result text container. Here simply add a background color as colors dot white, so that you can add the elevation to 1. I will give more padding, let's say 15. Then let's update the font size, let's say 20. I think this is much better. Now I will just copy this couple of times. Okay, so here the correct answer, so maybe you can add a check mark icon. Okay, now I added this check mark and cross. Okay, and for this particular view now I will just make style display as flex, then flex direction as a row, and then it will be in one line. Then here we'll say justify content space between, and also let me give some margin from the top. Perfect. Over here let's okay, I think that's fine for now. If I able to put some text over here, that will be good. Perfect. Here we'll say incorrect. So it's going out of screen. I think let's remove it and save it. Okay, so it will show how many questions are there, how many are correct, and how many are wrong. Okay, so if you want to update a little bit more, you can just go ahead and update and add some more styling. Now just below this view I am going to add one button from the shared. Here we'll say text, and we'll say back to home. Okay, so it will redirect user to the home screen. So maybe you can add outside of this div. Let's see how it looks. I think that's much better, and I think that's all we need. Obviously here we'll add on press event, and we'll redirect it to this home screen. So let's add a router is equal to use router, and we'll simply add router dot replace slash tabs slash home. Okay, so when user click on this back to home, it will redirect back to the home screen. Now inside the view, I'm going to use a flat list, and inside that I'm going to provide the object entry with a quiz result. Then we are rendering the item, and from each item I'm going to get the first element. So over here you can even pass the index or no. Okay, let's pass the first only. And once we have the quiz item, then you can display the each item. If I save this one, you will see you are getting data and with each question. Perfect, right? So let me wrap this in a curly braces, because here we need to add a view, and here as well we're going to add a view. Now for this one, first for this view, let's add a style. We'll add a padding to 15, or we already have the padding, so let's give a margin top to let's say 25. Then we'll add a background color to colors dot primary, or not primary, let's make it to height, sorry. And then we make it flex to 1. Okay, that's not look good to me, so let's try to move this view outside of this view and let's see how it looks. So it's actually not showing on the screen because this particular view has an absolute right, so that's the reason. That's fine, let me remove this background white and we'll keep as it is. Now for this, each of the element will add a style, we'll add a padding to 15. Then for this text we'll add a style. Here we'll say a font family as outfit and font size to 20. Okay, obviously for each of this view we're gonna add a border width, let's say 1. Then we'll add a margin top to let's say 5, let's add 5, and border radius to 15. Just before this flat list, I'm going to add a text. We'll say summary. With this one, we'll add a style with a font family as outfit bold, font size of 25. Perfect. After that, each of this one, right, we're gonna add a color, depends on whether the answer is correct or not. So here we're gonna add a background color. We'll say colors, or not so colors, but let's add a condition. We'll say quiz item dot correct answer. If it's is true, then we'll add a colors dot light green, otherwise null for now. Okay, and let's save this one. So it look like so over here I did some mistakes. The total question is here we need to show a correct answer, and here we need to show total question minus correct answer. Okay, so right now it's good. Now here also we have incorrect logic, so quiz item dot correct answer, let's make is equal to true. Then let's show the light green color. It look like this correct answer is not printing correctly, so let's see. Okay, so let's put is correct only, and now if you see only these two are correct, right? Same thing, I'm gonna use same logic for the border color. So let's copy everything as it is, and here instead of light I will just use a green color. Okay, then for answer, right, we can show the answer in the same area. So here I'm gonna add a text, and here we'll say answer, and simply we're gonna add a quiz item dot correct answer. See, something like this. Obviously here we'll give some style, and we'll add a font family as outfit, and font size let's say 15. Perfect. Okay, So it will show the correct answer for each of them. Those which is incorrect, we're gonna show a background as a red. So instead of now here we'll say colors dot light red for a background, and for border which is normal red, so which is red, and boom. If you see, now we can able to, or user can able to see which one is correct and which one is not. So currently if you see, I'm not able to scroll this, right? So, and we already use the flat list, so instead of using the scroll view, I'm going to use a flat list. Here provide a data with an empty array, and then here we say list header component, and inside that we'll simply wrap this and make sure to close the flat list as well. Okay, let's save it. And now if you see, I think my emulator is little slow, and then we can able to scroll it now. Okay, and perfect, everything is working good. If I click on back to home, it will jump back to the home screen. So that's how, guys, you need to add the quiz section, where you need to make sure to implement all this quiz area. After that, we need to add a summary by selecting all the user selection. Make sure to save in a database. So in future, if you want to add the history section into your application, you can just use that save result from the database, and you can display it directly into your application. Now we are going to implement the flashcard section. Now if you see this mockup, it is quite similar like a quiz only. The only thing that once user click on this particular card, it automatically flip it, and then you can see the front and back side. Then instead of using this button, we are going to add the horizontal scroll, and like a TikTok, right, when you scroll vertical, you will see the one complete item. Same thing we are going to implement here, but just with a horizontal scroll. So let's go back to our application, and then first thing that you need to do is inside this app folder, we're going to add a new folder called flashcard. Now inside that we'll add index.jsx file, and then simply add default template. Here we'll say flashcards, and then save it. Now whenever from the flashcard, right, when user click on any of these flashcard, simply we need to add an on-click event, and then we will navigate to the flashcard. So simply go to this, let's go to the component where we have the practice screen, where we have the course list grid, and inside here we already have this on press event, right, and here we are checking if the quiz is there, it will navigate to the quiz page. Here I will add else if condition now, and we'll say if option dot name is equal to flashcards, then it will navigate with this all the information. Okay, so we want router dot push. Here we'll add a flashcards, and in parameter we'll pass the course parameter as it is. Okay, now let's save this one, and let's go back, let's check it out. So if I click on any of this item, obviously we added new route, so we need to reload your application. So we'll reload our application. Now another important thing here you can do to avoid the rewrite of the code, you can just pass the specific path. Okay, and you can mention that path into your options. Okay, so if I go to these options, here we can simply add a path. Okay, so here we'll say slash quiz, then over here we'll say slash flashcards, then the last which is question answer. So here we say question answers. Okay, and save it. So that's how you can also add it. And simply instead of adding this if else condition, I will just remove this, and then simply we'll use option, or we don't need to use this one, but we can directly use option dot path. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go to the flashcard and open any of the flashcard, if you see, it's navigate to the flashcards. Okay, and same thing if I go to the let's go back, and if I go to the quiz, it will go to the quiz only. See, so that's how you need to add it. Now let's go to the flashcard index.jsx file. Inside here, first thing we'll get the course information. So here we say course params is equal to use local search params. Then from that one we just need to fetch the flashcards. So here we say flashcards is equal to json.parse course params, and maybe we can first get the course and then here we can get the flashcard is equal to course dot flashcards. Okay, now we have the list of flashcards. Now you can go in any of the course and here you will see the flashcards. Now inside here, first similar like a quiz, right? We want to add the back button and everything. So first we'll add an image, or let me copy similar thing from the quiz. So let's go to this quiz index.jsx file, and if you see this particular section which contains the image and this particular view, or not view, but let's copy the image first. So I will just copy this and we'll put inside this. Let me close all of this tab inside the flashcard. Okay, make sure to import this image from the React Native and then save it. Now we have this background as well. Now next thing, we'll add a view obviously, and inside the view we also want to add a back button and the count. Okay, so I will just copy this line of code and we'll paste it here. Make sure to close the view tag. Here make sure to add the INI icon, the pressable as well, and save it. Now obviously we might get error because we did not define the colors, as well as we need to define the current page. Okay, or we can say current flashcard, whatever you want to say. I'm going to use the same name because everywhere use this to track on which number record or number index is going on, right? Here by default will show it as a 0, and here obviously we want to show the length, so we'll say flashcards dot length. Perfect. Now if I go to the flashcard again and open this, you will see the flashcard. Here as well, make sure instead of hard coding this value, you will use the quiz dot length. Perfect. Now once we define this one, obviously now we want to show the flashcards, right? And for that one I'm going to use the flat list. So just below that, let's add a flat list from the React Native, and if you want to use progress bar, you can use progress bar as well. Okay, we'll add it later on if you need it. Inside the data, let's provide the flashcard, then we'll say render item. Inside that we'll add item comma index and the arrow function, and inside here you can add a view. Okay, now let's add some style to this view. Let's add a height of, let's say 500. Then we'll add a width, which is we'll define the width over here. So we'll say constant width is equal to dimensions dot get the screen dimension we want, right? And then we'll say dot width, and we'll save this one, and over here we'll say width into 0.9. okay, so little less. Then background color, here I will add a colors dot white and save it. So if you see, I added this style and after that I just printing the index, but it's showing at the bottom, right? So that's because we added this flat list outside of this view, and our view is absolute, so make sure to add it inside this. And if you see, now we have this list. Perfect. But the problem is we want this horizontal scroll, so simply here we'll add horizontal to true. Okay, and now you can scroll it horizontally, but that's what we don't want it, because we want to display one item at a time. Okay, so here you need to add a paging enable. So by default it's false, but once you add the paging enable, then you will see you will only able to display one item at a time. Okay, perfect. Also for this view I am going to add margin horizontal and we'll add width into, let's add 0.05. okay, so some margin horizontal, something like this. So first item, second, I think that looks weird little bit, or we already have margin, so let me remove it and we'll keep like this only. Okay, and now we have first item, second, third, fourth, and so on. Now before moving forward, right, and obviously on the click of this we want to flip the card, right, and for that one I'm going to use this React Native flip card library. Okay, and this is how it will look. So once you click it, it will flip it and it will show the front and back information. So simply copy this npm command inside your terminal, just paste it here, and then once it is installed you can easily use it. And here they have the use case as well. So inside this view we have a front facing card and then we have back facing card, and we need to wrap everything in the flip card. Okay, so over here I will add this flip card, then make sure to import this flip card as well and then save it. Now let's say, and we'll see how it looks on the screen. So obviously once we add flip card, okay, so over here is saying style does not exist. So obviously we want to add the we'll add a styling. So here we'll say React Native styling, here we'll say front card, and then we'll add a back card. Okay, so we'll attach it front card and then we'll attach a back card as well. And now if you see, if I click it, it will flip. Okay, but obviously currently we have the background white color. Let me remove this background white and we'll save it. First thing, let's add a flip card container as well. So here we'll say flip card style. Okay, so for that one as well we're gonna add a style, so we can attach this to styles of styles dot flip card. Perfect, and save it. Now obviously if I click it you will see the change, but let's give some width and height for this flip card. So first thing, we'll add a width. So width will be the similar width that what we want to give, so directly I can add it. Let's for now let's add 400. Then we'll add a height, let's say 300 or let's say 400 only. Then we'll add a background color as colors dot white. We'll make display as a flex direction as not flex direction, but we make align item to be in the center and justify content in the center. So if you see, this is how it will look like. Let's add a border radius. So border radius, let's add 20. We need to give a width. So here we'll say horizontal width, I think. So let's do that. So here we'll say margin horizontal, and I think we need to provide our own width because we are mentioning here. So here we'll say get screen dot width into 0.05, or maybe we'll say 0.2. So here I'm gonna add a margin horizontal with a dimension and with a width 0.05. okay, so I give the margin, and also for the width I selected the width into 0.78. The reason is because we added the padding to this complete screen, okay, inside this view, so that's the reason. And now if I scroll this one, you will see the beautiful scrolling. Okay, and if you see on the flip, it's flipping the style as well. Perfect. Now for this view, okay, let's first add the styling for this front and back, and over here I am going to display item dot front. Okay, so it will show the front information. Okay, so let me flip this, and if you see, we have the front information, and then also we want to show a back information, so here we'll say back, and if I click on this one, you will see the back information as well. Perfect, right? Now obviously we want this all the item in the center of the screen, so here we'll say display flex, then justify content in the center, and then align item in the center. Okay, so and obviously let's mention the height to 100%. Perfect. The background I will keep white for this one, and same thing I'm gonna copy for the back card, only that I'm gonna change the background color to colors dot white. Okay, so if I flip it, okay, so the color is not changing, so let's say the back card over here. So basically we give the background color white, so here it should be a primary, and that's how it will look like. Okay, we'll fix this in a moment. Now for the text, okay, so here we have this particular text, we'll add a style, and we'll add a font family as outfit bold, and font size let's say 28. Perfect. Okay, and once you flip it, then we want to show a different one, so here we'll add a style, we'll add a width to 100%, then font family as outfit, and font size let's say 28 again. Perfect. Here is going out of a screen because we gave the width and it's calculating this complete width. So basically what we can do, we can simply give the width something similar like this one, a little smaller. Okay, so here I will give width little smaller, let's say 75, or I think 70, let's give 70 only, and then we'll give some padding to let's say 15. Okay, something like this. See, let's give more padding. Perfect. And also you can mark it as a text align in the center of the screen. We'll change the color to colors dot white and save it. Perfect. Okay, and on the flip, this is how it will look like. For the backyard, I think we forgot to add the border radius, or we need to add for both of them, and now it's good. See, perfect. And that's how our flip card is now ready. Okay, obviously let's give some margin from the top. So for this view only, we'll add margin top to let's say 50. Let's add 100 for now. Oh, 100 is too much. Perfect. Okay, and if I go to the next, so next, see, cool, right? And I can able to move from the previous to next. We can remove this scroll bar there. So simply we'll say horizontal, show horizontal scroll bar indicator up to false, and save it. Now next, when we switch this one, we need to update this particular number, right? And we need to calculate or get it on which index is going on, right? On which index we are on. So for that one, for the flat list, we're gonna add an on press event. Sorry, not on press, but on scroll event. Now we'll call the on scroll method over here. We'll create a new method called on scroll at the top, and it will take an event. Okay, so it will emit the event, and here we'll say constant index is equal to event, not event, but here we'll say math dot round because we are doing some calculation. So we'll say math dot round. Inside that we'll say event dot native event dot content offset dot x-axis slash the width which we have. Okay, and then it will calculate the index. Here we'll just console the index, and also we'll set the current page with the index and then save it. Now let's switch this, and if you see, it's changing immediately. Perfect, right? So right now it's on first element, then second, third, fourth, and so on, and that's how you can add it. Now if you want to add the progress bar like a quiz, you can add that as well. So I will just copy this one and we'll paste just after the or just before this flat list. Okay, and to this one, if you see, we have this progress bar. We need to calculate the progress logic, so I will just copy this get progress logic from here. Also we need to import the progress bar, so I will import this statement as well, so that will not get any error. And once we have that, we also have the width, that's good. We also have the colors which we mark. I think that's everything we want. Just make sure in that get progress, instead of this quiz length, we need to add a flashcard length. Okay, and then we already have current page. Let's save this one and let's see. Now if you see, if I go to the previous, next, next, and so on. Okay, let's try another course. So okay, so you see router does not exist, so we forgot to add a router for a back button because we just copied from the quiz, so that's why. So here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and then it will work. If I go back, it will go over here. Now if I go to this particular course, and boom, see how beautiful, right? So that's how you need to add it. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's implement the question answer section. When user open any course question answer section, then we are going to show the list of all the questions. Okay, and when user open any of the or click on any of the question, then we will just expand that particular card with an answer. Okay, very easy and very straightforward. So let's go back to our application, and inside here we'll create a new route inside the app folder, and we'll give it a name as a question answer. Inside that we'll add index.jsx file, and we'll add default template. We'll say question answer and then save it. Now make sure to reload your application because we added a new route, and once we click on this question answer, it should navigate to this particular screen. Now if I click on this question answer, and if I click on any of these particular section, okay, so it's supposed to be question answers. Let me update the option to answer only instead of answers. Okay, now if I go back and come again, now it will navigate to that particular screen. Now again on this screen we need to accept the constant course params is equal to use local search param, because that's what we are sending from the previous screen. Over here we say constant course is equal to json.pass course param, and here we'll say question q, or we'll say simply QA list is equal to course.qa. Now QA because that's what the field name is. Okay, so over here if you see inside the QA we have this all the question answer list. Now after this simply we are going to use the wave for the background. So let's copy it from the existing one. So simply I am going to copy this particular wave, and this layout little bit different than what we developed previously for the quiz and for the flashcard. Now make sure to import this image tag and then save it. Perfect. Now after that we'll add a view. Obviously this will position as absolute, then we'll give width to 100%, and then we'll give padding to 20. Now inside this first we'll add an the text tag, and we'll say the course question answer question and answers. Okay, and save it. Below that we'll add one more text with a course title. Now for both of them we'll add a style. Here we'll add a font family as outfit bold, then font size of 25, and then color to colors dot white. And then for this one as well we'll update the style. The font family will add it as an outfit. The color I will add colors dot white, and we'll change the font size to, let's say, 20. Here I will little bit increase. Perfect. Now simply we're going to use a flat list, so make sure it is inside the view only, and we'll add a flat list from the React Native. Before that, I think let's give some margin top to, let's say, 35. Okay, and then if you want to add a back button, you can add it. We'll add later on, but here for the flat list we'll add a data. Inside the data we need to pass a QA list, then we'll render the item with the item with index and the arrow function. Okay, so over here we'll add a pressable instead of touchable opacity, and inside the pressable we'll simply add a text, and inside that we'll say item dot and the question. So if you see, we have this question and the answer field, and save it. See, now all the question is rendering. Perfect. Now for this pressable we'll add some style. So let's add the external styling. So here we say card only, and we'll attach to this one. So style, we'll say styles dot card, and then save it. Then make sure to import this style sheet and save it. Now for this card we'll add a padding to, let's say, 15. Then we'll add a background color as colors dot white, and we'll also add margin top to, let's say, 6. Okay, now obviously we'll make this padding little more, and for this text we'll add some style. Here we'll say font family as outfit bold, and font size to 20. Perfect. Okay, now we have all the question ready. Now if you want, you can just make this border radius to 15. Here I will give more margin, let's say 15. Perfect. Now next thing, as we added this background white, so I will add elevation to 1, so some elevation effect. And after that, when user click on any of this item, we want to expand that item. Okay, so for that one we need to make sure the user click on which card, right? So we need to save that index. So here we say selected question, we'll say comma set selected question, and obviously in that one we'll just save the index. Okay, so right now it should be empty, but when user click on it, so we'll add on press event, we'll set the selected question with an index. Okay, now just before this text we'll add a condition, or let's say if selected question is equal to index and an operator, then we'll add a view, and inside this view we want to add the question, the answer. So here we'll say item dot answer. Okay, let's test this out. Obviously we're going to add some style. So if I click on second element, you will see it's showing the answer. Perfect, right? But if I again click on it, then it should close it, right? So basically on press again, here we'll check, we need to make a condition actually. Okay, if user has the user click on same element, then it should again hide it, right? If I click on this one, see this one will open. Perfect, right? So let's add on press event over here. So we'll say constant on question select and the arrow function. Here it has an index, and simply we'll check if selected question is equal to index, then we'll say set selected question with a null, else we'll set the selected question with an index, and this on question select we're gonna simply attach to this on press event. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I again select this one, boom, see, perfect. Next, obviously we want to add some style to this one. So over here for this text, we'll say style. We'll add a font family as outfit. Then font size, let's say 25. I want to see how it looks. The bigger, I don't know. Let's make it smaller only. Perfect. I think this is much better. After that, I think that's all we needed. Here we'll say answer. Okay, let's change the color. So here we'll say color to colors dot green. Yeah, I think that's much better, and I think that's all we needed. So if I click on it, it again hide. If you want to add, you can add the horizontal line as well. So for this view, let's add a style. We'll say a border top width to 1. Okay, so it automatically add the border. Let's add 3.4 and we'll give a margin to 5. Okay, let's add a margin top only, or margin vertical we can add to 10. Oh, I don't know why. We'll add 10 over here bottom as well. So bottom is not applicable. So for this text, we'll add margin bottom. Oh, margin top, sorry. Perfect. Okay, so over here you will see the answer for each question. Cool, right? So that's how you need to implement this question answer section. Quite easy and very straightforward, guys. Okay, the last thing, as I told you, that we want to add a button. So we'll add this button, the pressable button, and we'll add it just before this. But now let's wrap this in a one view, so we can keep this in one line. Make sure to import this IONI icon as well, and then save it. So we'll put this arrow and the question answer in one line. So here we'll make it display as a flex, and then we'll make flex direction as a row. Then we'll give gap to 7, and we'll make align item in the center of the screen. Perfect. So this need to be align item. Perfect. Okay, so now on the click of this one, it will go back to the previous screen, but our router is failed because we did not mention the router. So just add the use router hook from the Expo Router and then save it. Perfect. And if I click go back, it will go to the previous screen. You can open any of the question answer now, and you can just learn from it. Okay, so right now, whatever the prompt we use to create these courses, quiz, flashcard, question answer, for that one we added some limit. So obviously by default it will just create 2 courses, and in that courses it will only generate 5 chapters. Now that you can increase anytime. You can make this to 10 chapter. It's up to you how many chapter. We'll say 5 to 8 chapter, for example. Also for generate, it's generating 5 quiz. Here we'll say 10 quiz, then 10 flashcard, and 10 question answer. So that's how you can modify the prompt according to your requirements. Okay, so that's all for this practice section. I think we implemented all this practice section like quiz, flashcard, and the question answer as well. Now let's implement this progress tab. Currently it's completely empty, and in order to display the progress tab, whatever the progress we show on the home screen, in the similar way we are going to do, but instead of horizontal scroll, we are going to do the vertical scrolling. Also we are going to reuse this component as well. Okay, so first thing, let's go to this home component. So inside the component we have home, and we have this course progress. Inside this one, if you remember, we already have this flat list, and inside that we are using this view to render this each of the card. So basically I'm going to move this view from this component, and inside this shared folder I'm going to add it, and here we'll say course progress card.jsx. Here we'll add a default template, and simply I'm going to paste inside this component. Now this component will accept an item, okay, and that item we are going to pass over here. Let's save it, and inside this course progress now we'll simply replace the existing with this progress card, and here we're gonna pass the item, okay. Also you can add key as an index, or maybe we can do one thing, we can just wrap this in a view, something like this, and then for this one we'll add a key as an index and then save it. So we'll see whether we are getting any error. So right now the colors is not imported, so basically we need to import all the statement like colors, then images. After that what else we need it, okay, so we also need a progress bar. So I will just cut it from here and we'll paste inside this, and the last, I think that's all we needed. Let's save everything and let's test this out now. So we also missing the image assets, so let's import that one as well. And one more thing, the get completed chapter. Now obviously here we added this logic, okay, called get completed chapters. So I will cut it from here because we want inside this particular method now, okay. So if you see, we have this course and we also need a course over here, so we'll pass this course information to this one, okay, because we already have the course information, so only that information we are going to pass. So I will just make sure that we have this course. Okay, so the thing is, I think so we don't need this actually, because inside this course progress it automatically passing each item as a course to this particular method, okay. And now if you see, we have the proper result, and here some of the course are completed, some of them not, okay. It means we are able to successfully replace the component. We created this different component so that we can now reuse inside this progress tab. So simply go to the progress tab. So inside this app and inside the tab we have this progress, okay. Here if you want to add that image background, you can just add it. So from this home page I will just copy this image background, I will paste it inside this progress. Make sure to import this image from the React Native so that you have this background now, and then we'll add a view. Inside this view we'll add a style, we'll add a width to 100%, make sure to add the position as absolute, and then we'll give a padding to, let's say, 20. Now after this we need to fetch all the course list, okay. So if you see inside the home, we are fetching this course list the same way we are going to fetch it for that particular user. So I'm going to copy everything from this home screen and I'm going to paste it here, okay. So make sure to import the use context, user detail context, then the use state as well, and I think use effect too. So basically we use this user detail, everything we are adding because we want to get the course list, okay. And simply I'm going to use flat list to iterate it. So let's use flat list. Inside that we'll provide a data, and inside the data we want to add the course list as data. Then we'll render the item with the item comma index and the arrow function. Here I will make this touchable opacity, and then inside that we are going to use a course progress card, and to this course progress card I am going to pass item as item and then save it. So right now nothing is showing on the screen. Okay, so basically we added everything, but we also need to import this query, the collection, the DB reference, which is quite important, the where clause, and then order by clause as well. Here we added the order by clause so that we'll get the latest courses first. Import the get docs as well. So over here we'll add the get docs, and I think that's all we needed. Still we'll just console this, we'll check whether we are getting the result or not. So it's look like we are getting the result, okay, but only thing that is not displaying inside this flat list. So by mistakenly I added this height, so just remove this height because we don't need this, okay, because we have the flat list with a position absolute. And if you see, we have the all the courses with the all the progress, right? But this look little weird. So let's add some design. So first I will add a text, and here we'll say course progress. Here we'll add a style with the font family as outfit bold, then font size of let's say 30. The color we'll say colors dot white, and then we'll give margin bottom to 10. Here also I will add margin top to let's say 30, or let's make it 20 only. Perfect. Okay. Next, this width we gonna give the full width. Okay. So for this course progress card, I'm going to pass a width parameter. Okay, and here we'll pass width as 100%. Now let's go to this course progress card and we'll accept the width here. So okay, we don't need this course, so we have item and then width, and by default we are going to pass the existing width. So over here we have 280 as a width, so by default I will pass as a 280, but we'll replace this value over here and then save it. And now if you see, we have the full width. Same thing I'm going to do to the progress bar as well. Just think, instead of this one we'll make it 90, or let's make it 95. I think that's much better. You just need to adjust according to your screen. Okay, and because we added the app position absolute, so that's the reason we need to add that. Next, we also need to update this progress bar width. So let's go to the progress bar, and here if you see, we have this width called 250. Here I will add a width minus 30, or not sure. I think that's good, minus 30. Okay, so whatever width we have, we did a minus 30, and then we have this now full width, and here we have this complete progress bar. How cool, right? Now to remove this scroll indicator, so you have option called show vertical scroll indicator to false, so that now you will not see that scroll indicator anymore. Also over here we're gonna add on refresh method, which will call the get course list method, and inside the refreshing you need to pass the loading. Okay, and save it. Now whenever you finish it, you want to refresh it, just pull to refresh it, and it will refresh your data. Now one more last important thing, that on the press of this any of the course, we want to navigate to the course view page. So over here we'll say on press, and obviously here we need to add on press event. So just for the understanding purpose, let's go to the home where we have the course list. Okay, and inside this course list we added this push method. Okay, so here you are navigating to that particular course and everything. So I will just copy this on press event, and then we'll paste it here. Okay, just make sure you have the route. So let's add that. So constant route is equal to use router. Perfect, and then save it. Now whenever I click any of this, let's say I want to click this one, then it will navigate to that particular view. Now let's implement the Explorer tab. Now in order to add a courses on the Explorer tab, we are going to fetch all the courses. It's not depends on any user or for a specific user, but we are going to fetch all the others user created courses as well, and on depends on the different categories we are going to add these courses in this particular section. If you see this mockup, for example, let's say this is a tech programming, this one is a language, this is a finance, and so on. And also I made some update inside the prompt. So inside this prompt I added a new line over here. Let me close this. So it's just saying tag each course to one of the following category, and these are some category which I added. Okay, now obviously this category I'm going to save it inside our options folder. So here I will write export constant course category is equal to, and we'll paste this. Okay, because we need this category in order to fetch the course. So depends on whatever the category we are going to display, only that course we are going to fetch. And in Explorer we are going to show all the categories courses as well. So let's go to the VS Code, and inside here we have this tab called Explore. Now inside this, first thing we are going to do is to fetch the course list. Okay, but before that let's do one thing. It's better not to fetch inside the Explorer because it depends on the category we have to fetch. So here let's apply some style first. Then for this, here we'll say style, font family as outfit bold, then font size say 25, make it 30, or here we'll say explore more courses. Oh, sorry, 30. Okay, perfect. The background over here, I'm going to add a background color as colors dot white. So I don't know why it is not imported. Let's import it. Okay, so imported incorrect import statement. So let me import it. So we'll say import colors from constant slash colors. Okay, now we have the background white. Just make height to 100%, or you can mark it the flex as a 1. Either way is fine. Now over here depends on the category we want to show, right? So basically we use the course category dot map. Here we'll say item only, comma index, and the arrow function. Inside this we'll simply add let's add a view. Inside this view we'll add a text called item, and we'll add a style. We'll add a font family as outfit. Let's save it and let's say whether we are getting this category. See, then we'll add a font size, let's say 25. Now make sure to add this key as an index here. I will make this 20 only, and also we'll do the font outfit font to bold. Okay, perfect. Now for this view we'll add a style, and we'll just make margin top to let's say 8. Okay, or make it 10 only. Perfect. Now the next thing depends on this category we want to fetch a result, right? So we'll create a component for that one inside our components folder, and we can call it as a explore. Inside the explore we'll add a new component called course list by category .jsx. Now over here we'll add a default template, and it will take the category. Okay, so whatever category we are going to pass, and I'm going to add this course by category component here, and we pass the category, which is nothing but the each of the item. Now inside this course list by category we are going to add a constant, and we are going to fetch a course list by category. Now inside that we'll say constant query is equal to query from the Firebase Firestore. So make sure to import this from the Firebase Firestore. Then we'll say collection. Inside that we'll add a DB reference. I don't know why it's not importing sometimes, because it should import immediately. So here we'll say import query. So from Firebase / Firestore. Okay, so this one I saw it should import. Perfect. Then the DB reference, let's import the DB reference. So here we will say config / Firebase config, and once we have the DB reference, you need to provide the collection from which you want to fetch. So in this case is courses, and then obviously we want to fetch all the documents. Here we will add a where clause from the Firebase Firestore, and inside that we will write a condition. So here we will say category. Now let me show you the course with the category. So if you see, we have for this course we have the category called tech and coding, right? So depends on that one we are going to fetch. Here we'll say is equal to, and then we'll say category, because we already have this category, right? Also if you want, you can add order by clause from the Firebase Firestore, and then you can pass created on with an order descending. Perfect. Now once we have the query ready, you need to write constant query snapshot is equal to await get docs, because we want to fetch multiple documents, and inside that you simply need to pass query reference, which is Q. Let's make this as async, and now I'm going to iterate this query snapshot. So query snapshot dot for each document will console the document first. So here we'll say will document dot data. Okay, let's save it, and now this particular method we're gonna call inside the use effect. So here we'll say use effect and get course list by category. Okay, so right now I don't know whether it's, let me go to this home screen and come back here, and we are not getting data. Okay, let's see why. So make sure to import this get docs, which is already there, I believe. Then we have order by clause, where clause imported, everything is there. Okay, so after refresh, it's look like it's working, and if you see we have this data, I don't think so that's correct one. So basically there is spelling mistake over here. So if you see this category, right, the field name should be in it's incorrect here. So maybe when we create it inside the prompt, let's go to the prompt, and here we need to fix this category spelling. So this need to be a category. Okay, for now let's use the incorrect one. Okay, and then we'll fix it later on. So let me go back to course list by category, and here right now I'm fetching like that, and now we got the result inside the terminal as well. Now once we get the result, here we need to save in one state. So here we say constant course list comma set course list is equal to use state. Make sure it's empty initially, and here we'll simply add the set course list with the previous value. So here we'll say dot 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 previous value, and then the new one. Whenever you are fetching, make sure you will set the course list with the empty value. Also I am going to maintain the loading state, and initially we'll make this as a false, and whenever loading start, we'll set the loading as a true, and when it's finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, and then save it. Now we have all the course list. Now simply we need to iterate it and display it on the screen. So we can use the existing course list component, or but the thing is course list component which is specifically designed for the home screen. So just we are going to use flat list, and that's all. So I will just copy the flat list component and simply I'm going to paste it here. Now over here inside the flat list, make sure to import the flat list, then the touchable opacity, then the image, then we have the image assets as well. After that we have any icons, so make sure import all of these things. And inside the course list we also have the style sheet for this course container, so that one also I am going to import it, but make sure to import this style sheet as well. Okay, we'll see if we miss anything, and for now I think we are good. Let's save this one, and as you know that we already passing this course list, so no need to worry. For the background color, so somewhere, okay, so over here we need to import the background colors, and boom, if you see, now we have the course list as well for that particular category, right? Perfect. Now for this health, fitness and everything, we don't have that one, so it's better to not show. So basically let's do one thing. Okay, so because we use this flat list and from the course list, and also we don't want to display this line, so basically what we can do, we can reuse this course list component. Okay, and let me show you how. So let me remove this flat list everything, and I'm going to import this course list component. Okay, now to this course list component I'm going to pass the course list because it also accepting the course list. So let's pass it here and then save it. Now you will get the same result, but here you have the text called courses. Now let me remove this courses text as well. So here we'll say heading, and then we're gonna pass heading as the category. So over here we'll pass the heading as a category, and by default here I will pass the category value as a courses. Okay, and now over here we'll replace this with the category, and then save this one, and also we have to make sure we will remove this particular text from the Explore, so we don't need this text anymore. Perfect. Right now it's still showing courses. Let's see why. So okay, so we give the heading, and this need to be heading only then. Perfect. And now we have tech coding, business finance, health fitness, and so on. Now obviously whenever if you don't have the result inside the course list by category, so we will not show it. Okay, so we'll simply add a condition here, if course list and okay, so it means if course list is there then only show it. Let's make it if course list dot course title, if it's there then only show it. Okay, something is not correct. Let me remove it from here, and we can add a condition, if course list and let's see, I think health fitness has something, we'll see. Simply make the length is greater than 0 and then it will work. Next thing, currently you are not able to scroll vertically, so for that one inside the Explore you can simply wrap this in a scroll view. So let's add a scroll view, and here as well. Okay, so let's undo this because we are using the flat list. So basically we'll use a flat list here with the data with the empty value, and then we'll say list header component, and then we'll add this complete view and save it. Okay, and okay, don't forget to close this tag as well. And now we have this list. I think that's all we need to do. Let's add a style with a flex 1 and the background color as a white. Perfect. And now the list is ready. Now if you click on any of this list, it will navigate to that particular page. But now here is the thing, whenever a user want to learn from this Explore screen, right, we are going to we are not allowing user directly if user coming from the Explorer. First, user need to enroll to this particular course in order to start learning from it. Now when user come to this page, instead of showing the Start Now button, we want to show the Enroll Now button if user coming from this Explore course screen. Okay, so simply go to the here we go to this course by category, and inside that we have this course list, right? So along with this heading we are going to pass enroll, and here we're gonna pass it as a true. Okay, if the enroll is true, it means instead of showing the Start Now button, we're gonna show the Enroll Now button. Now go to the course list, and inside that we'll accept that parameter as enroll. By default we'll make this as a false, and inside this flat list where we have this button, okay, not here actually, let me, so basically we need to pass to this course view. Now once we have inside the enroll over here, we're gonna pass to these parameters as well when we push it, right? So along with the course param, we'll pass the enroll as well as a enroll, okay, because that's parameter we have at the top. Perfect. Now let's go save this both the files and then go to the course view page. So we have this course view page, in that we have index.jsx file. So along with the course ID, we'll accept enroll as well. Okay, now where we have the Start Now button, so inside this intro, again here we'll pass this enroll as a enroll, and go to this intro, and inside this intro where we have Start Now, okay, let's scroll down a little bit. So after description we have the Start Now, right? So over here we'll add a condition if its enroll is there, right? If it's true, then we'll show the button with a different text. So we'll say enroll now, otherwise we're going to show the Start Now button. Make sure to accept the enroll over here, because we send it from this, we pass this enroll to this intro component, and inside the intro make sure to accept, so that we have the enroll component. Now if I save this one and let me go back to our previous screen now, and now if I click any of this one, you will see the button called enroll now, okay, and not the Start Now. Obviously if I go to this home screen and click on this one, then on that one we are supposed to show the, okay, still it's showing enroll now. So basically it should show the Start Now if the enroll is false. Basically this enroll is a boolean, but when we pass from one component to other, right, in the routing, it's converted to string. So we need to compare here like this. So if it's true, in the form of string only, okay, that's weird, but yeah, that's how it works in the React Native. Now if I click on this one, it will show the Start Now button, and when I go to the Explorer and open any of them, then it will show the Enroll Now button. Okay, now the main thing over here, when user click on this Enroll Now, so let's add on press event, and we'll call a method called on enroll course. Okay, and we have course information already, so we don't need to pass it again, but over here we'll say constant on enroll course. Okay, now whatever the course we have, we need to copy this course, okay, and then we need to save under the, or we need to create a new document, and to that document we're gonna add that particular course. So, and under that username we need to add it. So let's get the user detail. So here we'll say user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and then we'll say user detail context. Okay, so make sure to import this user detail context. So import user detail context from context / user detail context, so that we'll get the user detail with an email address. Now inside here, first we'll get the course ID, nothing but the document ID. Okay, so here we'll say doc ID is equal to date dot now, and we'll convert this into to string. Okay, because this is nothing but a timestamp and every time it's a different. Then we'll say await, then set document, because we are adding new document. Here we are giving doc. Inside that we'll add a DB reference, then the collection name, which is a courses, and then the document ID. After this, we need to add all the fields from the course. Okay, and we need to update two fields. V1 is the created by, which we are going to pass user detail dot email, and another field which is created on, because this is a newly enrolled course, so it's a latest one, so that's why we're gonna add new date. After this, we also want to add enrolled and value as a true, because this we're gonna tell, okay, this is the enrolled course. Okay, so make sure it's an exclamatory mark, and then we have this set doc and everything is ready. Over here we'll add a loading, comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially we'll make this false. When the loading started, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it's finished, we'll set the loading as a false, and we're gonna pass this loading to our enroll now button. So over here we'll add a loading as a loading and then save it. Now let's consider that this is not an enroll course, okay, and it's not under your name, but you want to enroll to this course. Simply click on enroll now, and if I click enroll now, see, now it's enrolling, and boom, now if I go over here, you will see the new record, and this is the course which we just enroll, right, personal finance fundamental, and here it's also saying enroll field as a true. How cool, right? So that's how you need to enroll to the course. Now as soon as you enroll to course, you need to go to that particular course, right, and you know that we need to pass and the routing, right, in order to navigate it. So but make sure that you already have all the parameters. So when we click on any of the course, so inside the course list you can just copy this, all of this information, right, on press and everything, not everything but just on route.push, and I will just copy until this point, this one as well. Let me copy, and inside our enroll now course, as soon as everything is done, we're gonna navigate it. Okay, so over here, instead of doc item doc doc ID, we're gonna pass only document ID. Then we are going to pass the JSON or all the course information. Right now, in order to pass the course information, you can just put this in one field called constant data, and inside that you can pass it, and here you can just simply pass a data. Okay, so that we can also use this data over here, and you can make this enroll to false, because this is the user created course. Right now, let's save this one and let's enroll and let's test this out. So let's go to this explore. You want to enroll to this smart money moves. I will click enroll now, and as soon as you enroll is complete, it will navigate to that particular route. Okay, so actually we use a router, and here we use a route, so that's the reason we have some issue. And let me try it again. So let's go back and click enroll now, and boom, if you see, it navigated, and now you can start learning from it. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you need to enroll to any course from the explore screen. Here I added two new screen. One is the profile, and it is very straightforward. So I added our application logo along with this name and some option. Now each option is navigating to the new screen, and inside our constant folder where we have the option.jsx, inside that I added the name, icon and path belong to that one. Only for a logout, once our logic will check if the button press is a logout, then simply we are calling a Firebase sign out method. Okay, so this is the simple method. Obviously everything whatever you saw in this video will also available inside the source code, so you can also access from the source code as well. Now next thing, we need to restrict user to create a multiple courses. Okay, so if I go to the, let me explain this in a bit. So over here, if is a member of our application, then obviously user can have access to the all courses. He can create multiple courses or can enroll to the multiple courses. But if user is not a member, then we redirect it to the payment page. And for a free user, we are just allowing user to create a 2 course maximum, and user cannot enroll any other courses, okay, from the explore page. So these two things that we are going to restrict for now in this application. So for that one, I added this subscription wall. Okay, this particular UI is quite simple. It is just a UI. Okay, we did not added any payment logic. The payment integration or paywall which is connecting to Google Play and App Store, which I am going to introduce in my next video, because this video already bit longer. So I wanna, because that integration is little bit big, so that's why I kept in a different video. But here right now, let's go to the add course. So inside the add course, we have this index.jsx file. Here we are already fetching the user detail, and inside the user detail, if you remember, we already have the field called member. So initially it's false when user join it, right? And once user make a payment, then we can change it to the true. But over here we'll check when user select the on topic. So over here we'll select is on generate topic. So inside here we'll add a condition: if user detail dot is member, if it's true or is not true is equal to we'll say false, then simply return empty. But we're gonna navigate to slash here we can say subscription wall. Okay, so navigate to this particular screen, and let's test this out quickly. So I will just click on this add course, and here we'll want to learn YouTube video creation. Okay, and simply click generate topic. Now obviously it's generating, that's weird, because we are checking here whether user is member or not. Let me just print this out. Inside the console we'll check what are inside the user detail. I will put this comment inside the comment, and if I click generate video, so it look like yeah, we have, okay, so it's just a field called member and not is member, so just a member. And if I click generate topic, now if you see, it's redirecting to this subscription wall. I will just make sure the spelling is correct. So here slash subscription wall. So maybe we need to refresh our application because we added this new route. Okay, now I can able to, means we can just uncomment this code because we fixed that particular issue. And now if I type something, so let's say start YouTube channel, and click generate topic, and boom, if you see, it's navigate to this particular screen. Here you have option to select whether you want to go monthly or annually, and simply click continue, right? So that's how you can add the payment wall, and you can restrict user to allowing to any more new courses. Also this same logic I'm going to copy, and when we enroll to the course, so if I go to the course view, and inside here not in actually inside this one, but inside the intro we have this on enroll course, right? Here as well we can check the same thing. If user is not a member, then will not allow user to enroll to the courses. So that's all for this particular chapter. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And only thing that, okay, let's test this out as well. So this scenario we can quickly go to this explore, and inside this explore let's select any of the chapter, and click enroll, and boom, if you see, it's redirected. Perfect. So as you know that we already run this React Native application on the web browser, right? And our application is looking great, everything is working, and I also tested all of the functionality which is working similar like a React Native application on Android and iOS along with this web application. Now in this particular chapter we're gonna learn how can we host this particular application on a cloud so that you can just use it through the URL, and you can directly open this application on your web browser in mobile directly. You don't need any APK or any installation for that one. Okay, so if you remember at the start of this tutorial I talk about the EAS hosting. So this is the new feature launched by the Expo, and once you click on the document link in the description, you will land on this particular documentation or blog post where it explains how can you easily deploy this React Native application as a web application on a cloud. And EAS or Expo is providing the platform to deploy your application on their cloud platform. So just click on the link, and first thing that you need to do is to install this EAS CLI. So copy this command, go back to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it. So it will install the EAS CLI. So you might get an error because sometimes it will ask you to enter the password as well. So I will run with the command sudo npm I EAS CLI if you are using iOS, a MacBook. Okay, if you are using the Windows, then you might don't need this one. Okay, now I'm good, and now if you see, it started the installing this EAS CLI. Next thing, you need to export your web application by using this command. So it will generate the disk folder, okay, inside your project, and then you can easily deploy by using this command. Once it is installed successfully, I will run this export web command. So it will export all the files as well as all the assets for you, and now if you see, it is exported successfully. Over here you will see inside the root directory, now you have a new folder called dist, okay, and inside that we have this index.html, assets, and the _expo folder as well. Now just type EAS deploy, click enter, and then it will ask you, do you want to create a project, or it's asking preview the URL for the project. So here we'll say coaching guru. Okay, we'll click enter. Oh, so it's already taken, so let's make it coaching guru 2. Okay, and click enter. Now it will create a deployment, and it will upload all the assets file which is required to preview your application, and it will deploy your application and host it on their Expo hosting platform. And if you see, now this is the dashboard URL and this is the deployment URL. Let's copy this deployment URL, and inside the browser I will just open it. Now obviously if you see, it open your application, and currently it is in the preview mode. Obviously you have option to log in or log out, so let me log in it, and if you see, I am able to log in successful. Here everything whatever you saw inside the React Native application on Android, everything will work like a charm. Cool, right? So that's how guys you need to deploy your application. Now let's go to this dashboard page. So I will open this dashboard. Make sure you have the Expo account, right? And here you will see the deployment, right? If I go to this dashboard, you will see this application name. Okay, we'll open this one, then click on this deployment which you deployed currently, and here you will find the request, how many requests just made, because we made just 6 requests. We don't have any crashes, and this is the preview URL. Also if there is any other information you will find over here. Now you can even assign the allies to this particular URL, or you can just promote this to the production mode. Okay, so this is the URL for the production, so I will say confirm, and now it is deployed to the production environment as well. Now whenever you make some change to your application, just create a new build using this npx expo export command. Once the build is successful, then again you can just deploy with this EAS deploy command. Now this time it will not ask you any configuration, it automatically deploy your application immediately, and then it will also give you the new preview URL for your new deployment. Okay, so if I copy this and paste it here, and boom, if you see, now this is a new preview URL, so it will ask you to log in and everything. Cool, right? So that's how guys you need to deploy your application on the EAS Expo platform. Also our production URL also now ready, so that you can also use this and share this production URL with your friends and family. You can even try this on your mobile and you will see all the functionality which is similar to the Android applications. Okay, so just give a try, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to build and generate the APK file of our application, so that you can directly install to your Android emulator or on your actual device. There are two ways that you can generate this APK file. One, with the help of EAS, where EAS is building your APK on their cloud platform, or another is building it locally. Now building on EAS platform might take some time, because if you have the free plan, then it will take some time to generate the APK. It might be a 10 minutes, 30 minutes or 60 minutes, or sometimes a couple of hours as well. But if you want to build it locally, then you can build it within a couple of minutes or less than 5 minutes as well. And in this particular chapter, we're going to see how can we generate the APK in both the method. Also, if you want to deploy your application or publish your application on App Store or Play Store, then you don't need a APK. You need a .aab file for the Android. Okay, so make sure that for production is a different and for APK is different. Now in the next upcoming video, I'm going to tell you how can we publish the Android and iOS app on Play Store and App Store respectively. Okay, so in this tutorial, let's focus on generating the APK file. So first thing, from the link in the documentation, you will find that APK for Android emulator, how to generate this. This is the document. Now if you don't have this EAS.json file, let's create this file and just copy this all of the content in that one. So inside the root directory, we'll create EAS.json file, and then we'll simply paste this line of code. Okay, and then save it. Now also inside the app.json, make sure for your Android here you need to have the package name mention. Okay, so simply I'm gonna add the package name here. So package name, or just package, and here you can mention com.tubeguruji.coaching guru. Okay, so this is the package name. I give it to Android. Right now we are focusing on Android only. Now once you mention this EAS JSON as well, then next thing, let me clear this terminal first. Next thing, you need to execute this line of code. Okay, the EAS build Android profile preview. Okay, now this command will start building your APK on the cloud platform. Okay, so make sure that if you want to build on their EAS hosting platform, then you have to use this particular command. But if you want to use or build it locally, then you have to provide --local. Okay, --, local, and then click enter. Then next step, it will ask you, do you want to generate the key store? Now key store is very important. It's kind of certificate for your APK file, and when you are deploying your application or publish your application on the Android Studio, this key store is required. Anytime if you have the new version of your application and you want to publish it, this key store need to be there. So I will say yes, and make sure to keep this Android key store in a safe place. Now EAS will automatically take care of that one, and they will store your key store on the platform. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that one really. So if maybe over here, yeah, I think they are just building, but you will see the project, and in that one you will see that one. Okay, so right now it's building. Just ignore this error for now. Okay, in meantime, also make sure that you have to set the Android home, means SDK path for your Android, and along with that there is one more setup you need to do. So this might be and the path for your platform tools. Okay, these two parameters you need to set. In Windows is quite easy. In the environment variable you can just add that. Now if you see we have an error, okay, while executing it, and it's saying that you need to set the SDK location. Okay, now this location you will find it inside the Android Studio. So if you go to this Android Studio, and in that one just open this SDK manager, and then inside the SDK manager you will find this SDK path. Okay, so this SDK path you need to copy it, and then you just say export Android home if you are using the Mac OS. If you are using the Windows, then just simply inside the environment variable you can add an Android home and this particular value. So I will just execute this and the platform tool path as well, and click enter, and now I will execute this local build command. Now we'll wait to execute and to build our APK. Now if you see, our file is generated with this APK. Now if you go to this particular route, you will see your APK file. So inside this root directory, now we have this APK file, which you can install on your actual device directly. Also, I am going to share this APK file with you so that you can test this application directly into your mobile device. Now, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, and don't forget to subscribe our channel TubeGuruji. If you want to get the source code of this particular project, you can just go to the tubeguruji.com, and then you can join the member, the TubeGuruji Pro family, and in order to get access to the all source code